Thank you, councillors. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respect to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today and those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,692nd and 4,693rd meetings held on Tuesday the 13th of September 2022 and Tuesday 25th of October 2022 respectively be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the minutes of the 4,692nd and 4,693rd meetings of Council held on Tuesday 13 September 2022 and Tuesday 25 October 2022 respectively be received, taken as read and confirmed. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. My apologies, Councillor. I went over. Apologies. Are there any apologies for today's meeting?
Thank you, Chair. Mr Chair, I advise that Councillor Adams will be absent today, and I move that she be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that Councillor Adams be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I move that Councillor Griffiths be granted a leave of absence for today's meeting.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Strunk that Councillor Griffiths be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, we move to question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair? Oh, my apologies. Okay. My apologies. We do have a public participant today. My apologies. I didn't read the agenda. We have a public participant. My apologies, Councillor. I'd like to call on Mr Richard Tanner, who will address the Chamber on the success of the Wellers Hill Bowls Club. Billy, thank you. If you could show Mr Tanner to the microphone.
Point of order. Just sorry, before this starts, Councillor Cook advises she's in the waiting room and hasn't been admitted to the meeting yet.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, we're endeavouring to get her into the meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Mr Tanner, you have 5 minutes.
Mr Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, thank you so much for giving us, our club, the opportunity to address the council and personally thank the council for all the help that they have given our club to be reborn, really. The club was born in 1962, but in 2019, well, you could say we were reborn. We have an injection of new blood on the board. We had a new direction that we looked at doing because things weren't progressing real well as they were in the past. So, like everything else, you have to pick yourself up, dust yourself off and have a crack some other way, sort of thing. So the first thing we decided we need to do is let the community know where we were. Wellers Hills as a suburb, a little suburb, was gobbled up by Tarragindi, and there was a lot of new people in Tarragindi and didn't even know where we were. So the best form we thought was the Tarragindi community Facebook page, and it's the greatest little Facebook page you'd ever see, because we started getting comments from people who would say, I never ever knew this place was here. And so it turned into a real community club. Bowls clubs were good, but they had run their day. So we decided to go down the community club way. And the first thing that we did, a lady by the name of Renee McBride approached me and said this would be a great place for a community garden. And so we with the help of council, and especially I'd like to thank Councillor Adam. She got right behind us. We had a meeting where 50-odd people turned up. She helped finance it, and I couldn't thank her enough. And now that community garden, I'm so proud to say, has just won the Brisbane City Council Waste Smart Community Award. 15 tonnes, I believe, that was recycled, so you can't get much better than that. And we were so pleased, you know, for Renee and all her crew to win this award. Also, the other thing was I contacted council about we had no wheelchair access or disabled toilets, and unbelievably they got right behind us, and they have built this renovation out there where a person now can pull up in a level car park, hop in their wheelchair, come through the front or the back of the club, it doesn't matter, right through the club, down a ramp, onto the bowling green to play bowls. I mean, it's just unheard of. What the council and the staff did for us was just unbelievable. And again, you know, nothing has been too much trouble for the council. From the lady who you ring up on the phone to the people, Gino and Lisa, who look after us. I mean, we can't thank those people enough. The other big thing we did was put craft beer in, thinking outside the square. And it's amazing how many people love craft beer. Like, I'm still an old lager man myself, but it's really taken to heart. We have 12 beers on tap now, and we just get so much feedback from the community, and it's really made a community club out of it. There's no better sight to see on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday afternoons. People outside playing a bit of barefoot bowls, kids running around, kicking soccer balls and footballs and all this sort of stuff, and little kids just running around. It's just such a delight to see, and you know, when you see that, you think, wow, how lucky are we that the community has got behind us. We got through COVID really well. We shut down for 4 months, but that's when we really started to find that the community wanted to stay local. They didn't want to travel outside our area, and again, they got behind us and give us ideas, and so we went with it. We have food trucks now on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, which is great, and we rotate all the time so they're not getting bored with it. So with the craft beer and the food trucks, you know, the bellies are getting full, and you know, the club is firing real well. Financially, when we took over in 2019, had a turnover of 140,000. Our financials last year, we turned over 720,000. So it's but again, I can't thank council enough, and thank you very much for giving us this opportunity.
Councillor Howard, are you?
Yes, I'm very much looking forward to responding to you, Mr Tenner. My name is Vicky Howard and I'm the Civic Cabinet Chair for Communities, Arts and Nighttime Economy. So you're covering almost the whole three of those in what you've talked about today, particularly with the craft beer, which I think probably is consumed after 5 o'clock. And as I tell my colleagues, I take credit for anything after 5 o'clock that happens in our city. Your story is just the sort of story that we want to hear right across Brisbane, and we really thank you and your team for working with us to make this a reality. And we know that a lot of our clubs have done it tough. You know, they were doing it tough before the pandemic, some of them, but just the story that you told here today is exactly what we are about in helping as many of our clubs as we can right across Brisbane. We need people like you, though. We need people like your committee. We need people like Renee and the community gardens and the craft beer, because that's what makes the locals really want to come along and enjoy what you have to offer. So we are delighted to be working alongside of you. We know that we have fantastic officers within our council, and I know that you've mentioned a few of them, and they really enjoy getting in and working with the community to make sure that everything that we do with you is making a difference. And I know that our Access and Inclusion grant has been really helpful with making sure that everybody can enjoy the wonderful bowls club. So I really want to once again thank you so much for sharing with us today. We've really enjoyed your presentation. We look forward to continuing to work with you and really want to say a big thank you to you and your team for all that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Thank you for coming in, Mr Tanner. Very great to have you here today. Councillors, we do appear to be having a technical issue with the hybrid screen. I think we're working hard on that, aren't we, to include Councillor Cook. But how are we going getting the... Okay. So, do you want to adjourn while we wait for Councillor Cook to be included? Is that the... Okay. Councillor... okay. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting while we work out the technical issues? Is anybody moving that motion?
Well, I'll move that the meeting adjourn until the team system allows Councillor Cook to join the meeting.
Thank you. A second. Okay, we have a motion moved by Councillor Cassidy, second by Councillor Strunk, to adjourn the meeting briefly while we sort out the technical issues relating to the hybrid meeting opportunity for Councillor Cook. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The meeting's adjourned while we sort out this technical issue. Thank you, councillors. Now we can move to question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, Labor councillors have been very critical of this administration's clean and green transport solutions, including our electric bus trial. Can you please update the chamber on this trial, including some observations about other electric bus users in Queensland?
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and through you to Councillor Atwood for the question. We know that the Schrinner Council is a leader when it comes to electric transport with e-scooters and e-bikes, the all-electric Brisbane Metro, and as Councillor Atwood mentioned, our electric City Loop buses. We are dedicated to enhancing and expanding our public transport network to get more people on buses and ferries and less cars on the road. We also have a vision for a clean and green city, which includes the development of a plan to transition our substantial bus fleet to zero-emissions vehicles. In the last 2 years, around 30 electric buses have entered service in Queensland. Council added to that tally in June 2021 when we launched the first electric bus to operate the City Loop service, with another 3 that followed then in July. That made us one of the first operators in Queensland to add fully electric vehicles into our fleet. We were so ahead of the game that electric bus technology in Australia was only just getting started. So we sourced the buses from Yutong, an experienced manufacturer who are world leaders in electric buses. That trial went extremely well, and we have now entered those vehicles into full-time service. Despite this, Councillor Cassidy was not a supporter of the trial, calling it disgraceful and a slap in the face. The fact that Yutong used almost a dozen local and Australian suppliers to complete the fit-out of these electric buses and employed Brisbane-based staff to support the maintenance of the vehicle didn't seem to matter to Councillor Cassidy, nor the improved air quality through zero tailpipe emissions, the reduced operational noise, or the reduced maintenance and whole-of-life costs associated with these buses. None of that mattered to Councillor Cassidy. No, what mattered to Councillor Cassidy, Chair, was the fact that they were made in China. Well, thankfully, Chair, decision-makers in this state aren't listening to Councillor Cassidy. So while he continues to throw his toys out of the pram about our electric buses, the rest of us are getting on with the job of the transition. Mr Chair, would you believe of the 29 electric buses delivered to Queensland in the last 2 years, 14 were manufactured by Yutong, roughly half. By my count, with our 4 electric City Loop buses accounted for, that still leaves 10 Yutong buses in operation across the state. I wonder where they could be. And more importantly, Mr Chair, I wonder who could have bought them. Well, I did a bit of digging, and as it turns out, the bus operator, Sunbus, have 5 electric Yutong buses in Cairns and 5 on the Sunshine Coast. Just like Transport for Brisbane, Sunbus operates services on behalf of the Queensland Government through TransLink. But can you take a guess at who funded Sunbus to purchase these buses? Well, it was none other than the Labor state government who provided the funding to Sunbus to buy the Yutong vehicles. And judging by his outrage at our purchase of Yutongs, I hope that Councillor Cassidy will now get on the phone to his friends at 1 William Street and berate them about their decision to buy Yutong buses months after ours were already on the road. But I won't hold my breath, Mr Chair. What's clear, Mr Chair, is that Councillor Cassidy is embarrassingly out of step with his Labor colleagues when it comes to electrification of the fleet. He's a hypocrite for calling out the Schrinner Council for doing exactly what his party pals down the road at 1 William Street are doing, and he's shown us just how weak the leadership of this Labor City Hall team are when it comes to keeping Brisbane clean and green. On one hand, he says, quote, "We need to do the real work to make Brisbane more livable, net zero emission city," unquote. But at the same time, he criticises our leadership for taking the steps necessary to reduce our emissions. Well, Mr Chair, you can't have it both ways. We were pleased to see last year the Minister Bailey, announcing that the state would join with this council in making the move towards zero emissions vehicles. And we are pleased at the addition of every single electric bus to our state, because we have found firsthand that the benefits are clear. And we would love to see our next set of electric buses built right here in South East Queensland, and we hope that the next set of buses will feature more local production components than the first 4. But Mr Chair, we make no apologies for taking the action necessary to deliver a cleaner, greener Brisbane future that residents want to see, not right now, but also as we transition our fleet to net zero emissions. As always, Chair, it is the Schrinner Council that has the forward-thinking commitment and the leadership to deliver for Brisbane residents. Those on the other side are rank hypocrites when it comes to the transition, when it comes to the environment, and when it comes to a clean and green fleet. And we will not take any lectures on them when it comes to buses or the Brisbane Metro.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Further questions, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, do you believe the world is facing a climate emergency?
Lord Mayor.
When you get any kind of emergency, through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Cassidy, what do? Do you have a debate about it, or do you actually take action? Now, we've always been a believer that you take action when it comes to an issue that needs attention, and that's why we are such a leader in the field of climate adaptation, emission reduction, and also taking real steps to offset our emissions as well. That's why we are currently the largest government agency in Australia of any 3 levels that is carbon neutral. Now, if you're facing another kind of emergency,
Councillor Strunk.
like for example, you're facing a natural disaster, do you call a council meeting and declare a climate emergency? Do you declare a natural emergency? No, you don't. You actually get on and do the work that needs to be done. Now, it's interesting. I think that if you look at the councils that have declared climate emergencies, a lot of them slap themselves on the back. They have long-winded speeches about it. They think they've done something good, and then very little happens out of that. It's grandstanding. It's virtue signalling, and it's got to be followed up with action. Well, we've skipped that unnecessary step, and we've gone straight to the action. And we did so not because some...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
The question was very simple, and the Lord Mayor is required to answer it. Does he believe the world is facing a climate emergency?
Well,
Lord
Mr
Mayor?
Chair, we wouldn't be taking action if we didn't think the matter was of that scale. We wouldn't be taking action if we didn't think this was an utmost important issue. And so we have been taking action. In fact, in 2017, we became a carbon neutral council.
Point of order, Chair.
2017.
Point of order to you, Councillor Sriranganathan.
Sorry, just to the substance of the question, it was sort of a yes or no question. Is the answer yes or no?
Lord Mayor.
I think I've made my position really clear. And in fact, we've had a debate in this place before where I rejected virtue signalling, I rejected windbagging, which is what we're talking about here when we have councils declaring climate emergency. Well, I wonder if Chris Bowen has declared a climate emergency in the federal parliament. Has he? No. I wonder if the state government in George Street has declared a climate emergency.
Point of order.
No, they haven't.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. The question was whether the Lord Mayor believed the world was facing a climate emergency, not whether the federal government has declared one, not whether the state government has declared one, and not about a debate that happened here 3 or 4 years ago. My question was very clear, simple and succinct. Does the Lord Mayor believe the world is facing a climate emergency? He needs to answer that question.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. The question about climate emergency allows a broad-ranging response. The Lord Mayor is providing that response.
He doesn't want to hear about what the state government's doing. He doesn't want to hear about what the federal government's doing. He doesn't want to hear about what other councils are doing. He just wants to play politics with an issue that is critical. He wants to play politics with an issue that we've been taking action on for years. And if you ask if I think there's a climate emergency, you better believe it. That's why we're taking action. I can't be clearer than that. But it would be nice if other people actually took action too. You know what? I don't think it's a problem that the state government hasn't declared a climate emergency, because once again, they'd be wasting their breath. Get on and deliver the things that they've committed to. Same with the federal government. Let's not waste time with politicians debating something when they should be taking action. And so, you know, this is classic Labor. It is classic Labor. Let's have a virtue signalling debate, but not actually do anything. Classic Labor. It's pretty much their position on every issue. Let's actually have a virtue signalling debate, show how woke we are. This is Labor. But then not actually do anything about it. These guys who are supposed to care about public and social housing, yet they have let the entire state down. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. There is a 50,000 person waiting list for social and public housing, yet apparently they care. These guys and girls are hypocrites. They are hypocrites. People need action, whether it's housing, whether it's climate change, whether it's a whole range of issues. We believe in action. And we will continue to make sure that this council leads the agenda when it comes to getting on, rolling the sleeves up and doing what we need to do. And so that is what we've done for many, many years, and that is what we will keep doing, because when we really believe something, we don't just talk about it, we do it.
Thank you. Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Shrinner Council's Moggill Road upgrade recently hit a major milestone with construction works well underway. Can you please update the Chamber on the progress to date, including any other road projects that are getting residents' homes safer and sooner?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to Councillor Adderman for his question and for his enthusiasm with which he advocates for a better way of life for people in the western suburbs. Now, he identified in his question the Indooroopilly roundabout upgrade, or Moggill Road upgrade stage 1, which has hit a milestone about a very significant commitment of labour time to get that project moving. Now, it is a marquee project for this council that will have a material benefit throughout the entire western suburbs. I had the good experience at the recent centenary celebration of the QCWA here in City Hall, where talking to some members of that organisation from the Moggill-Barbouri branch about their problems on Moggill Road, and they, when talking to them about their transport problems, they only identified one thing. Councillor Adderman? Moggill Road. And so we are making a multi-$100 million commitment to make sure that people in the western suburbs get home sooner and safer. It's important to remember as well, while we discuss Moggill Road, that only part of it is within council's jurisdiction, and a lot of the sections where the real trouble is within the state government's jurisdiction. So council will do what it can in its portion. And what is it that we are building? We are building an overpass at the Indooroopilly roundabout site, which will be one of the largest infrastructure spends in the western suburbs in many years. When the western suburbs were developed, or in the mid to late 70s, there was a potential that the growth in population was not foreseen, and that infrastructure projects such as this had to be built. So Can I thank the federal government's contribution and their ongoing support for this project, in particular the previous government who arranged for the financial arrangements to make sure that we were able to get this project moving. As I've often said, the principal beneficiaries will be people who travel east-west. The huge number of vehicles that travel on that particular route will have a significant material benefit, not only in travel time, but in safety. Now, I have heard complaints from time to time that the old roundabout was fine the way it was. And I don't think that that's I've heard it said. I've heard it said. And I don't think, well, people who are hostile, all I'll say is people who are hostile to the concerns of ordinary people. I'll put it at that. People who are hostile to the concerns of people who have to go to work each day and care for their families. And so I have heard it said that the old...
Councillor Sriranganathan.
I'm not really sure why Councillor Sriranganathan is identifying himself as a person who's hostile to the concerns of ordinary people. It's an odd thing to do, isn't it? Wouldn't you, you know, if I would say it's by a group of people hostile to the concerns of ordinary people and start shouting out that it was them, it's an odd thing to self-identify as. So, as I say, there have been people who have raised a concern that the old roundabout was sufficient and safe, and that's not true. I think any fair-minded person who experienced that roundabout in any meaningful way would not have that opinion. Lanes would come and go while you were on the roundabout. There were lights on a roundabout. This new system will make life safer for people to move around. There was something in the range of 13 to 19 hospitalisations through motor vehicle accidents each calendar year. Those are the ones that are identified. That doesn't include ones that these. Councillor Johnson says there's more than 100, so perhaps there was, and so now, and so I'm I'm having trouble hearing her exact words, but I know it's in support. I know it's in support of this project because, as a Western Suburbs councillor, she would understand the material benefit. Again, I can't hear the words, but I know it's in support. It always is.
Councillor Johnston, please, enough.
So people in the Western Suburbs will materially benefit. I had much more content than this. I assure you I did. But it is a project that will... I haven't even moved to stage 2 yet. But this is just stage 1. So can I recognise, in the brief time I have left, the work of the officers to try to put the T intersection in place. There was a huge amount of work involved into putting this in place. There is actually... a huge amount of work that's been done underground, and that's where the bulk of the cost...
Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, your short-term accommodation rates increase is expected to bring in an extra $985 per property on average. The ABC recently reported that there were 679 properties in the suburbs of South Brisbane and Brisbane City alone listed for short-term accommodation. So that's approximately $670,000 from these two suburbs this financial year you expect to raise. Across Brisbane, that could be in the millions of dollars on your figures. Lord Mayor, given this policy is aimed at addressing housing affordability, will you commit this revenue to supporting the development of affordable housing, working with community housing providers?
Lord Mayor.
Well, it's an interesting question because in that same budget, as we had announced the short-term accommodation changes, we also announced that we would, for the very first time, make the Pathways Out of Homelessness program an ongoing program. Now, you'll remember that this particular program was intended originally to be a one-off program. We had a temporary windfall from provisions that had been made for superannuation, and those provisions that we put away to pay superannuation liabilities were met, plus there was extra money that had come in as a result of very, I guess, prudent investments by our finance people in council. And so we decided we would use, I think the figure was around $3 million, is that right, Councillor Howard? $3 million across a 3-year period, so $1 million a year for the Pathways Out of Homelessness program. Now, we did the 3 years, the first program, and it became such a worthwhile thing that in the budget I announced that we would be putting another $1 million a year in perpetuity. It would be an ongoing program. So what started as a one-off now comes with $1 million a year of funding. And this is working with the people at the front line, not just to provide a Band-Aid solution to homelessness, but to really work with people to give them a pathway out of that situation. Is no good putting a Band-Aid on something that needs a treatment plan. And that is exactly what the Pathways Out of Homelessness program does, and that's why I announced $1 million of funding each year in the budget. So, Councillor Cassidy, you say, will we put, the $1 million a year that comes out of this, into those programs? Well, we're already doing it, and in fact, even though we're still gearing up the short-term accommodation changes, the money for Pathways Out of Homelessness has already been budgeted and is being invested as we speak. So, yes, we're going ahead of the game. Yes, we're putting money...
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
I think that program is fantastic and I support what the Lord Mayor is saying there, but he might be a bit confused. I'm not talking about the Pathways Out of Homelessness program. I'm asking specifically whether the revenue raised from this Airbnb short-term accommodation rates increase will be put into the development of affordable housing with community housing providers. It's a totally different topic.
Councillor Cassidy, the question related to budget allocations for Pathways Out of Homelessness and short stay accommodation. I believe the Lord Mayor is relevant to the question.
I will confirm, however, that we will not take away responsibilities that the state has. We've already done that enough with public transport. And so housing and the provision of social housing is the state and federal government's problem, and they need to invest. We already do enough to pick up the slack of their lack of investment in our city. We already do enough. There's billions of dollars that we've had to put into infrastructure because the state government has vacated the field. We're doing more than our fair share of heavy lifting. We are not going to take on the provision of social housing that is quite clearly the state and federal government's responsibility. But we will fund Pathways Out of Homelessness, just as I've said, and we're putting $1 million a year into that program.
Further questions? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Finance and City Governance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, last week the federal government handed down their budget for the 2022-23 year. Could you please update the Chamber on what projects Brisbane City Council can expect to be funded in our local government area?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So while we were in the chamber last Tuesday night, the Federal Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, was delivering the first budget of the new government in Canberra. Naturally, we look closely at the state and federal budgets to see how their priorities will impact Council's project delivery. We know that we can achieve so much when all levels of government work together, and the Schrinner Council seeks to work collaboratively with our neighbouring councils and the state and federal governments to deliver great outcomes for the people of Brisbane. The South East Queensland City deal is a great example of this. The funding for the City deal remains unchanged from the May budget, with over $300 million allocated through to 25-26. The budget also included $24.7 million to support the preparation of the 2032 Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games. We know the budget saw a number of grant programs cancelled and reshaped, but for now we understand that most of the projects which were committed to Council by the previous government will remain funded, which is a relief. Council has received correspondence from the government indicating that commitments of funding from the former Community Development Grants program will now be included in the Albanese government's Investing in Our Communities program. We've been advised that officers will be in contact in coming weeks to assess our projects and develop the funding agreements. I, for one, know that East Football Club in my ward will be hoping that the funding announced by the previous government will be honoured by the new government in full. When it comes to tackling congestion, Roads to Recovery funding for Queensland for 22-23 has reduced slightly to $93 million, but is back to its previous level of $101.7 million in the forward years. Council's 22-23 estimated allocation under Roads to Recovery remains at $11.7 million. Black spot funding has also reduced slightly to a constant annual figure of $24.3 million on the forward projections. However, at this time, we believe that no projects locally are impacted. The Urban Congestion Fund has been abolished and replaced with the Infrastructure Investment Program. All previous Brisbane projects are continuing to be funded at this time. New initiatives announced include a $5 million planning study for Gympie Road from Kedron to Petrie. The government advises that the Gympie Road planning study will investigate options to remove blockages and ease congestion along the corridor. There is also $12.5 million for planning the next stage of the Ipswich motorway as part of the previously announced Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games business case development. The government has advised that the project will help to improve efficiency and network reliability and improve connectivity. The planning will include examining improved flood resilience and better connections with other Brisbane motorways. Of course, we welcome funding to be provided to local councils to deliver on our local priorities. The former coalition government's Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program saw $87.6 million received by Brisbane City Council to deliver dozens of projects, big and small, right across our suburbs. These projects have supported our economic recovery during the pandemic, and they continue to support us as we manage the impacts of the floods and the challenging global economic conditions. The Coalition announced a 2-year $500 million extension in the May budget, and we welcome the confirmation in the October budget of a further $250 million extension. As I have said before, local government is the level of government which is closest to the people, and we greatly appreciate the support from Canberra in working with councils to deliver projects which create better communities. In fact, just on the weekend, I had the pleasure of joining with the Lord Mayor to officially open the new clubhouse for the Brisbane Metropolitan Touch Association at Whites Hill Reserve. Jointly funded by Council and the federal government through the LRCI program, the project involved constructing a new purpose-built clubhouse. It's a great facility and a fantastic example of how the federal government and council can work together on delivering assets for our community for many years to come. We hope to work with the new federal government to deliver many more projects right across the suburbs just like this. A number of local commitments were made during
Councillor
the federal...
Cunningham, your time has expired. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, my question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, which streets or suburbs has Council prioritised for flood buyback, and what criteria or guidelines is Council using to assess these priorities as part of the Resilient Homes funding?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Johnson. Well, Council doesn't prioritise the flood buyback scheme. That's something that's done by the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, the QRA. So we work with them and we accept their list and then we implement their list. And so I'm pleased to confirm that just in the last 24 hours we have received another list of properties that have been assessed as appropriate for purchase under the voluntary home buyback scheme. And these properties are spread across the city, but many of them are in some of the hardest hit areas, including...
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I would like to give the opportunity to the Lord Mayor to correct his public statements now. I've been advised very clearly by the QRA and state representatives that Brisbane City Council is prioritising areas within Brisbane for flood buyback, that our council is doing it differently to
Johnson,
other
you're now
councils.
debating the...
So I want to ask again, which streets
Councillor Johnson, please.
and suburbs have been prioritised for buyback?
Councillor Johnson, thank you. You were debating the point of order. The Lord Mayor was relevant to the question because he was explaining the process for the flood buyback program administered by the QRA.
Thank you. Look, I know, Mr Chair, in Councillor Johnston's world, everything is the fault of Brisbane City Council. That is her view of the entire universe. Everything is Council's fault, according to Councillor Johnston. Well, I can tell you it is the QRA that makes the decision on which homes should be bought. Now, what we have done has been a very cooperative and interactive process where they have asked us for various types of data, including flood impact data and a whole range of mapping and assessments, and we have provided everything they have asked for, but then they give us a list of properties to buy. That is the reality. That is the way the system works. And so I was about to tell you the good news, Councillor Johnston, before you interrupted. The latest round of properties, 61 properties that have been assessed by the QRA within Brisbane as being the next on the list for acquisition. So this is good. We've had, I think it was 17 already. Now on top of the 17, a further 61. 44 will be in Rocklea, 5 in Auchenflower, 3 in Oxley, 2 in Fairfield, 2 in Sherwood, 2 in Hurston, 1 in Archerfield and 1 in Windsor. So that's the list the QRA has given us, and we'll get cracking on that process because we're keen to progress this as quickly as possible. Obviously there's a process here. We get in touch with the owner. We let them know that you are now someone we want to negotiate with. Let's progress this matter. But obviously there has to be an agreement reached. There are some of these people who have put their name on the list, but they may not ultimately agree to the buyback. That's a process that we have to go through. This is not a resumption. This is a voluntary buyback. It's not a resumption, so we don't force people to sell if they don't want to. People have expressed their interest and we've said, great, you're on the list, let's talk about the acquisition. One of the good things, though, about this is 44 in Rocklea, obviously one of the hardest hit areas, but giving us a significant group of houses in one area which can then be turned into parkland effectively. And so it's...
Councillor Johnston, allow the answer to be heard,
We work with the QRA based on the priority list they give us. And so that is what we will continue to do, and I think this is great. This is 61 properties is a good outcome. We'll continue working. Obviously, we'd like to see more, but this is the second transcript we've received, and we'll get cracking as soon as possible on this.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Standards Committee, Councillor Marx. Councillor Marx, with Brisbane's weather becoming increasingly humid and wet, mosquito breeding grounds around the city will become more active. Could you please update the Chamber on how the Schrinner Council is protecting Brisbane residents from an increase in mosquito population?
Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Toomey for the question. Brisbane City Council has one of the most sophisticated mosquito management programs in Australia, investing $4.7 million into our mosquito program this year to protect the residents of Brisbane. I'm proud to report to the Chamber that we remain the only council in Australia to employ 2 expert entomologists that are based in the mosquito laboratory at Eagle Farm Regional Operational Centre, fondly referred to as the Rock. With an increased chance of above average rainfalls thanks to a 3rd consecutive La Niña, Council is doing everything possible to stay on top of mosquito populations. This administration has always committed to making available all funding and resources required to get the job done. And this has never changed in the 10 years, going on 11 years that I have been a councillor in this place. Council is prioritising the control of mosquitoes with crews working to ensure the spraying of mosquito breeding sites all over Brisbane. And Chair, as part of Brisbane's immediate flood recovery efforts, the Lord Mayor quickly identified the risk of increased mosquito activity and potential increased mosquito-borne diseases. As a result of this identification by the Lord Mayor, the Mosquito Task Force was convened at the start of March to bring together key local and state government agencies to provide a forum for information sharing and response planning. This actually happened to coincide with the outbreak of what we call the JEV, Japanese encephalitis virus, north of Brisbane, and the heightened media coverage of mosquito-borne disease. As this group has continued to meet since then, it became apparent that there is no significant increase in mosquito numbers or mosquito-borne diseases after the floods. In fact, Mr Chair, we actually had our last meeting yesterday afternoon and I'd like to report we have mayors and local council representatives from Lockyer Valley, Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast, Logan. We also had the Mayor of Gympie join us yesterday. We also have representatives from LGAQ and also obviously state government representatives from the health department, as well as all their mosquito people and all that. So it's a wide-ranging group of people, and I have to say I'm very honoured and privileged that the Lord Mayor entrusted me to run this task force for him, given the calibre of the people that are in that meeting. Council has one of the most extensive mosquito control programs in Australia, although most residents may only sometimes see council officers carrying out mosquito controlled activities. Our entomologists continue to monitor mosquito activity weekly, mosquito traps, and monitor wetland water levels via our remote water level sensors. The mosquito control team now has 2 8-wheeled ATVs, 6 6-wheeled ATVs, 2 electric buggies and 8 4-wheel drive spray trucks, and these operate 52 weeks of the year. And the Lord Mayor and I both have had the opportunity to be out on any number of those vehicles over the past year. The control activities are scientifically managed, targeting specific areas where and when the breeding is known to occur. But what can residents do, Mr Chair? When adult mosquitoes are active, there are a number of measures residents can take to protect themselves. I know I always have mosquito repellent in the car so that I can use it if needed out in the community. I also have a couple of bottles in the caravan as well whenever I manage to get away. After the recent rain, I recommend that residents take the time to look for stagnant water around the house so mosquitoes cannot breed. This includes our pets' drinking bowls, bird baths, gutters, wheelbarrows and children's toys, which are also known to be water collectors. Mr Chair, Council is acting quickly to limit the number of mosquitoes across the city and reduce the risk of residents being bitten. We are proud to have Australia's leading mosquito spraying program and to be able to rely on the best advice and latest technology to protect our community from mosquitoes. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, on the LNP side of the chamber, there are a lot of so-called accidents. First, Councillor Owen accidentally charged ratepayers for cab rides to Cher and Keith Urban concerts. Then there was Councillor Atwood, who forgot to declare the purchase of a $1.5 million property. Whoops. Now we find out Councillor Adaman has accidentally used his ward office budget to buy a membership of something called the Conservative Breakfast Club. Lord Mayor, are there any other so-called accidents lurking in your team, or is this actually evidence of a culture of rorting?
Lord Mayor.
Well, it's no accident that these matters have come to light, because we are a council that believes in transparency. And in fact, every dollar spent in this organisation is available for all councillors to see. And that is important. It is an important transparency and accountability measure. Now, if you were to ask, for example, someone in the state government, you know, what they spend their money on, they have these sessions called estimates, budget estimates, where a lot of people spend a lot of time not answering questions about what is supposedly going on when it comes to expenditure. They certainly don't have a system in place where every MP can see every expense in the organisation like we do. And so that is a really good thing. And this is something that we believe in strongly. Just like we introduced the Hansard system into reporting this chamber so that every word that is uttered in this place is recorded and can be there as an accountability and transparency measure. Now, certainly, you know, there are councillors on both sides of the chamber that have made some mistakes, and it is important that those mistakes are fixed up. And I would simply say that, but I simply would say that these have only come to light because of our openness and transparency. And it is a simple fact that we expect the highest standards from all of the councillors, including opposition councillors. And, you know, people in glass houses, I would simply say, should not throw rocks because we know that accidents or mistakes can happen. The important thing is that they are identified and they are rectified. And that is what I expect, because we do expect, and I do expect, the highest standards of accountability and transparency.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Landers.
My question is to the Chair of the Community, Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Schrinner Council's Cube Effect program has recently reached an important milestone. Could you please update the Chamber on the progress of this year's competition?
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you thank Councillor Landers for the question and for her keen ongoing interests in how the Schrinner Council supports our creative sector and emerging artists. Since 2015, Brisbane City Council has delivered the Cube Effect, a contemporary youth music program that provides performance, promotional and professional development opportunities for emerging and professional young Brisbane musicians aged 12 to 25 years old. Since then, the program has supported over 180 young and emerging artists, with some alumni going on to tour nationally, win Queensland Music Awards and place on Triple J's Hottest 100. Now in its 9th year of production, the program creates pathways and career development opportunities for young artists and focuses on retaining and developing talent within our city. It accomplishes this by providing real opportunities for young people to access council programs, contribute to our city and achieve their future aspirations. The competition showcases and promotes Brisbane's young and emerging musicians and builds sustainable partnerships between council, the music industry and young emerging artists. I'm happy to announce that just recently, after assessing a pool of more than 70 qualified applicants, we have announced the finalists for the Cube Effect 2023. As a result, 24 young and emerging Brisbane-based finalists will take part in the Cube Effect program, which will run over 6 months to enhance the skills and career opportunities of all those as part of the program. Covering genres such as industrial pop, R&B, hip-hop and electronic, the Cube Effect finalists for 2023 represent Brisbane's diverse music scene and incredible talent of our city that we're very much famous for. So beginning shortly, these finalists will be given a number of opportunities to develop their musical careers, taking part in one-on-one mentoring with some of Brisbane's most talented and experienced music professionals, live performance coaching, recording studio time and coaching, experience filming and music video, and marketing, branding and public relations coaching. These really are some invaluable ways that our Cube Effect finalists are supported to develop their musical talents, helped in no small part to the dedication of musical professionals that offer their time and expertise to support to Brisbane's young and emerging artists. This year's finalists will benefit from the mentorship and collaboration with some of the biggest names in Australian music, including Bernard Fanning from Powderfinger, ARIA-nominated artist Danny Widdicombe, and the Cube Effect alumni Hope D. There really is an expert lineup of mentors, and it gives me great pleasure to say that Cube Effect alumni Hope D will also be a part of this year's expert panel after having completed the program herself in 2019. She's an amazing artist, having taken home prizes in the 2021 Queensland Music Awards, and she speaks very highly about the positive impact the Cube Effect has had on her musical career. Previous alumni of the Cube Effect have also had very positive things to say about the program, including winner of the Lord Mayor's Live Event Awards, Andy Martin, who said, "The Cube Effect gave him the chance to expand his music industry network with mentorship from prominent musical figures in the scene and to have a high-quality video produced." From here, our Cube Effect finalists will embark on their professional development by working with an industry panel to develop their skills and knowledge through an initial needs assessment, workshops, live music, creating their own music video and personal mentoring sessions. In April, our finalists will have the opportunity to perform live for the residents of Brisbane, with the program culminating at the Cube Effect Awards event scheduled for July 2023. The Cube Effect program really is a fantastic development opportunity for Brisbane's emerging artists, and we are keen to follow along with this year's finalists. Another positive outcome of the Cube Effect is seeing finalists and award winners perform at events and venues across Brisbane and to have their creative talent recognised on a national level. While the past 2.5 years has been particularly challenging for the arts and creative industries, it's very heartwarming to see and hear Cube Effect alumni performing across a number of different platforms over the last 12 months. As an example, Cube Effect alumni performed as part of this year's Brisbane Festival, such as the Betty Rays, who performed at the Princess Theatre. And it's particularly heartwarming to hear about Cube Effect alumni going on to play and be a part of the program of the Brisbane Festival, which of course supports hundreds of Brisbane-based artists and showcases the very best that Brisbane has to offer every year. A number of Cube Effect alumni have also gone on to be recognised for their musical talents, including Psycho.
Your time has expired. That ends question time for today.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much. I move the suspension of standing rules to allow me to move a motion. Do you want me to read the motion?
Was that second?
Second.
Okay.
Not sure whether you need that read now or after these days, Chair.
So we have a motion for the suspension of standing rules. Councillor Cassidy, you have 3 minutes to establish the reason for doing this now.
Thanks very much, Chair. The reason that it's urgent to do this now is because we've only just found out the Lord Mayor's views in black and white and very clearly about the housing crisis facing Brisbane today. We know he's danced around this subject a bit over the last few months, and when you say describing someone's view in this way, that it's somebody else's problem, sometimes that's a sort of paraphrasing way of describing somebody's actions. But when it comes to this Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, we know now that is absolutely his view. We heard today in an answering question time.
Point of order, please.
Point of order to you, Councillor Wines.
I appreciate that Councillor Cassidy is speaking to the need for urgency, but what is the subject that is the cause of the urgency would be appreciated, so that those of us he's seeking the endorsement of to carry out this debate would have some idea what it is that he's actually proposing, so that we may consider it within the 3 minutes.
In order to establish urgency, there needs to be some outline of what the urgency is, and I think Councillor Cassidy has been doing that. Councillor Wines.
Thanks very much, Chair. 40 seconds in. So we heard the Lord Mayor say, not 15 or 20 minutes ago, that it is literally someone else's problem, not council, to address the housing crisis engulfing our city. He said it's the federal government's problem.
Point of order.
That is blatant misrepresentation, a claim to be misrepresented.
The Lord Mayor said it's the federal government's problem, it's the state government's problem, and it's not his problem, and he's done enough. They were his exact words. The Lord Mayor said he has done enough. Check that Hansard you're talking about, Lord Mayor. He said he had done enough, Chair. So what we put to the Lord Mayor in question time was seeking a commitment that the potentially millions of dollars in extra revenue raised this year by levying extra rates on short-term accommodation properties be put into the delivery of new affordable housing properties alongside community housing providers. And his answer was it's somebody else's problem. Now, we're trying to help the Lord Mayor and this LNP administration here, Chair, to fix up the mess that they are creating.
Councillor Cassidy, I think you're now moving into your substantive motion. I think you've said enough to establish the reason for urgency. I'd like to move to the vote on whether urgency has been established.
I didn't realise you could do that, Chair. Is that your discretion to stop a councillor?
Whether or not you've provided sufficient reasoning for the suspension of standing rules.
Which I have 3 minutes to do.
Yeah, you have up to 3 minutes, and my ruling is that you're now debating what you would believe or want to be the substantive motion. So we can move to the vote on whether or not you've established a sufficient reason for the suspension of standing rules.
But it was 2 minutes. It was 2 minutes. So this administration, aided and abetted by you, a partisan chair, now, in saying that a councillor can't have 3 minutes to establish why this matter is really urgent.
Point of order.
It's urgent because people who are fleeing family and domestic violence situations are sleeping in cars today. It's urgent because people with complex mental health issues
Councillor Cassidy
are homeless.
Councillor Cassidy,
and this Lord Mayor says it's somebody else's problem.
Councillor Cassidy,
Councillor
Cassidy, please stop talking while there's a point of order. I'm taking the point of order from Councillor Wines.
Mr Chair, you've made a ruling. You've made your position clear. Councillor Cassidy is making a gratuitous attack on you and your character, which is unjustified and unfair. You are exceptionally generous to Mr Cassidy, and I ask he consider that in his very, very unfair attack on you.
What's the point of order? What's the point of order?
The point of order is that the chair has made his decision. And
what is the point of order?
I've made my point of order.
What? What was it?
Well, it turns
Sit down,
out,
you can't debate a point of order.
It turns out,
you can't debate a point of order. What's he doing?
All day and all
he needs to be sat down. You tried to sit me down after 2 minutes and you're allowing him to debate a point of order.
Please, Councillor Cassidy, you've had your 3 minutes to establish whether or not urgency is required, whether or not to suspend standing rules. All in favour of the suspension of standing rules, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The noes have
Division.
it. Division be called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Please ring the bells.
Somebody else's problem, eh? Somebody else's problem. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. He said he's done enough. It's the federal government's problem, it's the state government's problem, and he's done enough. And I'll giggle away, a lot of you.
Councillor Marx, please. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 5 in favour, 19 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Just a moment. Councillor Sriranganathan. Oh, okay, Councillor Cassidy's moving. Councillor Sriranganathan, your point of order.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to move suspension of so much of standing orders as it's necessary.
Point of order. There's a claim of misrepresentation that needs to be dealt with, and then we can move
Yes, Lord Mayor,
thank you.
You claim to be misrepresented.
Yes, I was very clear in what I said earlier, which is the provision of public and social housing is a state and federal government responsibility. We are not taking on that responsibility. And while we'll deal with organisations for the provision of crisis services, such as MICA and through the Pathways Out of Homelessness initiative, we are not about to take on the provision of state and federal responsibilities in the area of housing.
Thank you. Before we move on, I just want to make this point about suspension of standing rules. The obligation is for councillors to assert and to determine why the required motion, the motion that you would like to debate, wasn't on the notice paper. You have up to 3 minutes to establish urgency. It doesn't mean you have 3 minutes to make your case. So you have up to 3 minutes to establish why the suspension of standing rules is necessary to allow you to move a motion. It doesn't give you carte blanche to have a 3-minute speech. Councillor Sriranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. As a point of order, I'd like to move suspension of so much of standing orders as is necessary for me to move an urgency motion about preventing new development on flood-prone land.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion for the suspension of standing rules, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Councillor Sriranganathan, you have up to 3 minutes to establish why urgency is required.
Thanks, Chair. The motion, the motion I propose to move is somewhat similar to a notified motion that I submitted to the Chair and the Council Clerks about a week ago. I sent that notified motion in according to the proper process. And then over the last few days, I noticed, it's not on the notice paper. Yesterday, I realised it hadn't been circulated to other councillors and hadn't been included on the agenda. So I made a few phone calls and I said, how come the notified motion we sent through is not on the notice paper? Only after making those phone calls was I informed that actually the council administration had decided that the motion was out of order because it was subject to legal impediment, but they hadn't told me. And so it was only yesterday afternoon when I found that out. I then wanted to submit an amended notified motion with different wording, but unfortunately it was too late. We've missed the cutoff. So basically the reason I couldn't bring this as a notified motion was that I did bring it as a notified motion. It was ruled out of order and I didn't have time to submit amended wording. So the motion I propose to bring today is somewhat similar to that notified motion, but substantially different enough that it should comply with the relevant regulations and legislation so that it can be brought and won't be ruled out of order. So the motion I propose to bring is that Brisbane City Council resolves to start the process of amending City Plan and other relevant documents in order to limit all new residential, mixed-use, industrial and commercial development proposals on land that is mapped under Brisbane River floodplain in areas 1, 2A, 2B and 3 within the flood overlay. These changes should be drafted so as not to limit development applications that seek to renovate or raise existing buildings in order to improve flood resilience. So that's the motion. I think it should be compliant. The Chair has apologised for not getting back to me and I accept that apology. Hopefully next time I'll be given a bit more notice and we can work this stuff out before the meeting. But hopefully the Chamber will accept the case for urgency and we can debate this later today.
Thank you, councillors. The motion before us is to allow for the suspension of standing rules to allow Councillor Sri Ranganathan to move a motion. All in favour of the suspension of standing rules, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Sri Ranganathan, you have you please move your motion.
The motion. Yeah. Thanks, Chair. I move that Brisbane City Council resolves to start the process of amending City Plan and other relevant documents in order to limit all new residential, mixed-use, industrial and commercial development proposals on land that is mapped under Brisbane River floodplain in areas 1, 2A, 2B and 3 within the flood overlay. These changes should be drafted so as not to limit development applications that seek to renovate or raise existing buildings in order to improve flood resilience.
The motion's being distributed.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Johnston.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor
Mr Chair, as per section 42(2)(b) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I move a procedural motion that the debate on the motion now before the meeting be adjourned until the conclusion of the business on today's agenda.
Seconded.
We have a procedural motion to move this item to the end of today's agenda. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. We'll now move that item to the end of today's agenda item for debate at that point. Lord Mayor, Establishment Coordination Committee meeting, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting on Monday, the 24th of October 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 24 October 2022 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Now, Mr Chair, we've seen the continuation of a trend in this chamber where it's not enough for the opposition and the Leader of the Opposition to hold us to our record or to hold us to a position. They make up positions entirely. They manufacture positions. They manufacture this bogeyman, which they call the LNP, and they attribute things to the LNP which just aren't true. It is their political strategy. It is their political strategy, but it is...
Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Well, may I take a question about whether the LNP still exists?
Lord Mayor, could you take a question?
I think it's spelled T-E-A-L-L.
No. That was it.
Okay, moving on. Councillor Cassidy thinks all of this is really funny because it's purely a political strategy. It is a political strategy. And look, Councillor Cassidy has, this inveterate hatred for the LNP. We understand that. He's motivated more by his hatred for the opposition rather than any desire to do good. And look, I get where his motivation lies, but the reality is you can't just make stuff up. You can't just manipulate the truth to suit your political narrative. The reality is, if Councillor Cassidy and his colleagues really cared about the housing crisis, they wouldn't vote against everything when plan after plan comes through, and we had one just recently in Brisbane Downs. 4,000 new homes was the opportunity there. Did they vote yes to that? It wasn't even in their own area. I can understand the NIMBYism coming out in places like Sandgate, where he voted against his own neighbourhood plan. Councillor Cassidy is that is, and I can understand Councillor Griffiths opposes every kind of development that happens in his area. But even in an LNP ward, they still voted against 4,000 new homes. And then they claim to care about housing. They don't hold the state Labor government or the federal Labor government accountable for not having appropriate levels of investment in public and social housing. No, apparently we're supposed to fix that problem as well. Just like we have been forced to invest in public transport because the state government won't do it. But I can tell you, we have invested billions into public transport and infrastructure, and we don't have the capacity to do another state government or federal government responsibility on top of that. We simply do not. And so we will continue to do our part. And the biggest part of our role when it comes to housing is to make sure there is adequate supply available. We also, as I said, will continue to do additional things like supporting the pathways out of homelessness, supporting Homeless Connect, supporting to fund our officers on the street, which are engaging and supporting our rough sleepers every day out in the community and linking them up with services. We'll continue to do all of those things, but we can't afford to get into state and federal areas of housing that are their responsibility. It is simple as that. Why? Because we've got a responsibility of the ratepayers of Brisbane to make sure that we are focusing on those core requirements that they expect of us. And yes, Brisbane ratepayers expect us to support infrastructure and public transport and to provide a good level of service for the basics out there. But I think they expect the state and federal governments to provide social and public housing. If you ask the average punter on the street, that is exactly what they will tell you. So, Councillor Cassidy, don't try and twist my words. The reality is that we will continue doing our part, and if you really care about housing, then you will stop voting against new development. You will stop voting against new homes being built. You will maybe stop attending rallies to stir up residents against new development like you did just 2 weeks ago in Maruka. I will never forget the way that Councillor Griffiths carried on during my budget speech. He literally carried on like a pork chop. And, you know, in front of the cameras, called me a liar, said all types of things, and yet he's out there, once again, fanning the anti-development flames, opposing development in his area, which is exactly what I said he did. And so despite the fact that there's endless proof points of what I said, he called me a liar, and then yet a matter of weeks later, he's out there fanning the anti-development flames, opposing new homes being built in his ward. So you can't have it both ways, to use your words, Councillor Murphy. You can't say you care about housing supply and affordability if you vote no to 14 out of 16 neighbourhood plans. You can't say it. No one will believe that the Labor Party cares about housing if they keep voting against neighbourhood plans which provide more housing supply. Now, there's an opportunity today, Councillor Huang. It is the 8 Mile Plains Gateway Neighbourhood Plan. I wonder what Labor will do. Now, there may not be a huge amount of homes being provided here because it's largely a business district, but let's see what they do. Will they vote yes or will they vote no? I wonder. But the reality is they've got an opportunity, and they've had multiple opportunities to show their support for more housing supply, to show their support for the provision of homes to Brisbane residents, but time and time again they vote no. Now, in terms of Councillor Sri Ranganathan and his motion that he's put up for debate later on, I'll simply say he's asked me a question before in question time about whether, you know, homes or buildings should be built in flood zones. I've answered those questions. But the reality is we know that it is only the state government that can prohibit development of any kind in the state of Queensland. The state government can prohibit development. Councils cannot prohibit development. The State Planning Act basically confirms that reality. Now, if Councillor Shree is suggesting that we can prohibit, I think he would be barking up the wrong tree, because we can't, the state government can. But is he suggesting we can limit? My response will be, we already do limit development in flood-prone areas. We do limit it by putting very strict conditions on it and requirements. We do limit it by putting requirements on the type of buildings and structures that can be built, and a whole range of requirements on buildings and homes in flood areas. That is something that already happens to this day. I remember having a discussion with some residents in my former ward, where they had bought a property that it was subject to overland flow. They wanted to build a slab-on-ground house. Our officers came back and said, you cannot do that. There's overland flow on this property. You must raise the house. You must put this house on stilts. And they weren't happy. I can tell you right now, they were not happy. But it was only a matter of 2 years after the house was built. We had a flood through the area, and they did admit to me, I am grateful that the council dug its heels in and put conditions on this development so that the house was raised. We are doing this already. This is built into our planning framework, and so it's something we will continue to do. Now, moving on, lighting up council assets. We had both last night and tonight the assets lit up in blue and pink for the T20 Men's World Cup, with the international tournament being held throughout Australia this year, with games at the Gabba beginning this week. Wednesday night, tomorrow night, our assets will be lit up in red to support 35 years of Rosies. And we know Rosies provide community connection and friendship and support to those who are homeless or at risk of homeless. And this month we support 35 years of Rosies in our community, and we honour them for the great work they do. On Thursday and Friday, our assets will be lit up in green to support Lung Cancer Awareness Month. The Lung Foundation is the leading charity in Australia providing support and a voice for people with a lung disease. During November, this campaign raises awareness and funds to support research into lung cancer, providing hope to over 13,000 Australians who are diagnosed each year. Also, on another note, this weekend is the beginning of the Virtus Oceania Asia Games. Now, we've had previously, councillors will remember, a couple of years back, we had the Innis Global Games here, which were an incredible event here locally in Brisbane that we supported very heavily for athletes with an intellectual impairment. And it was just a wonderful display of inclusion and of excellence in sport. And Innis has morphed into Virtus, and Virtus are having their Oceania Asia Games here in Brisbane from the 5th to the 11th of November. And once again, we are very heavily supporting...
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Point of order. Move for extension. Seconded.
An extension of time for the Lord Mayor has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton. All in agreement, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So we will see up to 1,000 athletes and officials from New Zealand, Asia, the Pacific nations, all come together in Brisbane for this event. Councillors may be aware that, and it was in the paper today, the City of Brisbane, and indeed myself, has been asked to represent the city at the UN Climate Change Conference, COP27, which is coming up in a couple of weeks' time. Now, the Leader of the Opposition appears to have planned his entire question time based on what Craig Zonker asked on the radio this morning. So, look, it was interesting because Craig Zonker asked, he was asking legitimately, and it was a great opportunity to explain to people exactly what our record was when it comes to real action on climate change. And Craig was quite surprised to hear that we were carbon neutral and are still the largest government agency in Australia that is carbon neutral. And I'm sure the listeners on ABC Radio would have been interested to hear that as well, because more people need to know this important information. But it is sad that the Leader of the Opposition is so lacking in ideas that he has to literally recycle a question which I was asked on the radio this morning for his first question in question time. So it is really, really sad. Who's cranky? You said it. I do get cranky when we see all types of emissions coming out of people's mouth when we could save those emissions with real action. And so let's reduce the emissions in places like council chambers and parliaments, and let's actually get on with our action. And so that's what our MO has been. And look, I'm really excited about the opportunities as we go towards the 2032 Olympics. To have Brisbane 2032 as a climate positive games is a significant step and one that I'm really excited about. Now, as an organisation that provides services to the people of Brisbane, some of those key services we provide are also the source of major emissions. And so, for example, Councillor Murphy touched on transport and the fact that we're starting the transition towards a zero tailpipe emission fleet. And what has Labor done? The two components of that transition, the Brisbane Metro and the first electric buses, they've criticised both of those things. And they claim they care about climate change. They claim they care about a climate emergency. Well, it's either an emergency or it's not. The reality is we're getting on and taking action. Labor councillors just criticise from the sidelines. And in fact, even their own state Labor government is buying the same buses that we have put onto our trial. Now, as Councillor Murphy said, we really are excited to see how the local bus building industry is evolving into this electric vehicle and even hydrogen vehicles for public transport, and we're looking forward to working with them. And we're looking forward to teaming up with the state government to get on with this transition to a zero tailpipe emission transport fleet in Brisbane. This is a real opportunity for our city over the next 10 years as we approach the Games. But also, another major source of emissions for our city is the fact that we provide landfill. So we collect people's waste each week, and we have the recycling bins, we have the green waste bins, but the red top bin obviously is a major source of emissions generation through landfill. And once again, we're taking real action. We've been harvesting and capturing landfill gases across many different sites of the city, and in many of those sites, we're actually generating clean energy. The site at Rochdale, the biggest landfill, the Brisbane landfill at Rochdale, has a generator going 24/7 with captured landfill gas and then putting green energy back into the grid, powering thousands of local homes. These are the type of practical things we're doing. We're working to reduce our emissions in so many ways, whether it's adapting to LED lights, whether it's putting solar panels on our buildings and a whole range of things. We're taking real action. And so I'm really looking forward to being part of this climate change conference, to learning from other places, but also talking to those other places about what Brisbane is doing and learning what we can do as part of our next steps going forward. Now, this is something that I'm proud to have been invited to, and I'm also proud to be part of the official Australian delegation. Together with ministers like Chris Bowen from the federal Labor government, we'll be there in solidarity, talking about how we can work together across the different levels. It was an honour to meet with Chris Bowen recently when I was in Canberra with the mayors of the capital cities and the ComSec as well, to talk about how we can work together on things like community batteries. Labor had a policy at the federal level of supporting community batteries across Australia. I really am excited about the opportunity for Brisbane. We can be part of the solution here, and that is something that I offered to Chris Bowen. Don't forget councils. We can really work with you here when it comes to community batteries, so that we have this great solar state where we're generating more solar power during the day than we actually use, and getting this solar power stored and then fed back into the grid during peak times is going to be a major advancement. So these are just some of the opportunities that we'll be looking at, and we look forward to working with the other levels of government to make sure that Brisbane, Queensland, Australia are truly sustainable places going forward. Item A is the Grange Road and Raymont Road intersection upgrade, rejection of a claim for compensation. Council has been attempting negotiations with the owner of this site and their representative since 2016. Unfortunately, this has been going on a significant period of time. The claims which have been previously submitted have been significantly more than what we see as the actual value of the land that council resumed. I guess the claims that have been made, we believe, are unreasonably high, and that is confirmed by independent valuers. So we have decided to reject those claims, but we'll continue to work with the owner in terms of a more suitable compensation arrangement, which is representative of the actual value of the land. Now, there's a process that we go through here where each party gets their own valuer, submits their view of the valuation, and usually we can come together at a midpoint and resolve the matter. Obviously, this hasn't happened in this case, but we'll continue working on it. Item B is the Stores Board submission, the amendment to the significant contracting plan for the construction of the new Everton Park Library. So this is an important upgrade and a community hub which was first built in 1967 and needs a bit of a lift, Councillor Davis. We committed to providing this upgrade, but obviously, as everyone is seeing at the moment, there's significant volatility in the markets when it comes to any kind of project that is underway at the moment. And so that market volatility and changing prices for different commodities, challenges with supply issues are affecting, obviously, what can be provided and the cost of what can be provided. Having said that, we are delivering a community library that will include 1,000 square metres of floor space, a multi-purpose meeting room to support learning, reading and community activities, and also a rejuvenation of Fallon Park, which is at the rear of the building, and a great opportunity to combine a community library and hub together with a refreshed park as well, creating a precinct. And so the recommendation proposed by amending this SCP is to approve an increased sum to allocate funding to complete these works as committed to. Item C is the lease of premises for the Riverview asphalt plant. We have two asphalt plants in Brisbane. One is at Eagle Farm and one is at Riverview. And for those of you who are thinking, hang on a second, is this inside Brisbane or outside Brisbane? This is outside the city of Brisbane, close to the boundary, however. It's in Ipswich, but we've got, for various reasons, two different locations that we can supply our asphalt from. So this is an existing plant, and we're proposing a new 10-year lease with the Ipswich City Council. And so obviously this is an ongoing arrangement which we're asking to be extended. At the end of this 10-year lease, we'll be reassessing whether a continuation or whether a new site is more appropriate. It is likely that it will be a new site. We also have to look at...
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
I'm almost
Point of order, Chair. Move for extension.
Seconded.
An extension of time for the Lord Mayor has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We also have to look down the track at a new site for our Eagle Farm plant as well, because in 10 years' time there's a little event happening called the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and our Eagle Farm asphalt plant will be quite close to the Olympic Village. Not the ideal situation for visitors to the city to be located near an asphalt plant, so that is a matter we'll be considering as well. So with this extension and with the need to have a look at an alternative site for the Eagle Farm asphalt plant, we'll be looking at those as a holistic matter for the city. In the meantime, obviously, we need the extension of this current arrangement. Item D is the lease of land to community organisations. We're seeking to renew leases with 69 community organisations, and in accordance with 217 of the City of Brisbane Regulation 2012, Council cannot enter into a valuable non-current asset contract unless it first invites written tenders for the contract or offers the valuable non-current asset for sale by auction. As we know, Section 226 of the regulation provides a number of exemptions, and these are cases where we're providing a renewal of lease to what is an existing tenant of the land, of the site. And so, this is something that we do from time to time in the council chamber, and this is about renewing leases to people who already have leases in place. And so I commend item D to the chamber. Item E, I mentioned briefly before, the 8 Mile Plains Gateway Neighbourhood Plan. This neighbourhood plan is located at a key part of the city. The gateway between 8 Mile Plains and Rochedale, the rapidly growing area of Rochedale, ably represented by Councillor Huang. The new neighbourhood plan will ensure that planning guidance is provided to the local area over the coming years. We commenced the neighbourhood planning process in March 2019. The draft amendment was available for public consultation between 8th of November and 6th of December last year, and a relatively small number of submissions were received. The second state interest review was held on 2nd of September 2022. The Minister approved the neighbourhood plan to proceed to adoption without conditions. The neighbourhood plan allows for housing to be developed in a range of scales and densities and focuses increased density near schools, services, employment and public transport infrastructure while retaining the existing low-density residential housing across the balance of the area. Further to this, it provides housing choice close to the future Rochedale busway station as well, and also supports existing employment through various zones on Levingston Road, Underwood Road, Millers Road and Logan Road. The growth of the Brisbane Technology Park is also supported by increasing the allowable building heights to 6 stories around the border of the precinct and up to 8 stories in the centre of the precinct. We've seen in Brisbane Technology Park obviously a transition over time where it started as purely business, and then there was a convention centre set up there, and there's now a hotel that's been set up, and a range of different uses have come into that park. That's a great thing because it's more of a precinct, and we're obviously supporting that transition. The neighbourhood plan continues to support the operation of the existing 8 Mile Plains busway station and surrounding uses and the future Brisbane Metro Depot and School Road by changing these sites to special purpose transport infrastructure zone. Following adoption today, it is anticipated the plan will become effective on the 2nd of December 2022. And I certainly do hope this time we get the support of Labor councillors.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I was to speak on these items before us today. Clause A will be supporting this item. Before us, Council has allowed the claim to proceed despite being outside the approved normal period. We think the significant claim is based on a genuine experience, and a claim obviously is legitimate there. However, the amount being sought is very high and beyond independent valuers' estimates. The bulk of the claim is for disturbance. Again, I'm sure the experience these people have had throughout the project is very legitimate, but we will be supporting the position Council has arrived at regarding the issue of disturbance before us. On Clause B, the amendment to the significant contracting plan for the Everton Park Library, and this is just another example. A week goes by, another example comes up of how badly managed every single council project under this LNP administration is. It is still an LNP administration, isn't it? I'm not sure after what the Lord Mayor said earlier whether the LNP still exists. I'm not sure what we're meant to call them, but they are, as far as I know, still all part of the LNP here in Queensland. So we've seen week after week significant contracting plans shift. We've seen major changes, and this one's quite extraordinary given it's a 7-figure variance. just a couple of months after the plans were approved. Now, people expect, and I agree with the Lord Mayor on this point, people expect that when they pay rates to council, they get services and projects out in the suburbs in return for them, and they expect decent value for money for their rates. What they don't expect is for those services and projects to be so badly managed by this LNP administration that their rates have to go up each year to pay for the blowouts on these projects, and they're still getting the exact same project for it. We see it on road projects week in, week out, on bridge projects, we see it on IT projects, we see it on the metro, and now we're seeing it on library projects. So it's pretty clear from this item and just about every E&C report that comes to this council for endorsement each and every week, residents aren't getting good value for money from this LNP council. Clause C is the lease of the premises for the Riverview asphalt plant. This lease arrangement with the Ipswich City Council at Riverview for the asphalt plant is certainly a good deal for ratepayers, and we thank the Ipswich City Council for this arrangement, and we support this lease going forward. Clause D is the standard leasing process now that we've been through here for the last couple of years with community organisations in establishing the power, I suppose, to negotiate under the Act. So, you know, we support this, of course, and all local councils will have been consulted about the community organisations that are going through this process now in their respective wards. We are, of course, at this stage representing our communities here and making decisions on their behalf, and so when a community lease comes available, it's put to the community and a negotiation takes place on the conditions of that lease, whether that be for, you know, a year-long licence use, or 4 years, or 10 years, or 30 years, except of course that example we saw last week with the Brisbane Racing Club. So what's happening today is the right and proper process of which that authority is being sought, and that negotiation has occurred there. That certainly didn't happen last week when we saw that behind closed doors arrangement between Crushers, the Brisbane Racing Club, and this LNP administration for that long-term lease on that community site. So we support this item today because this is how the process should work, not just sometimes, but every time. On the Clause E, the major amendment to Brisbane City Plan 2014, the Lord Mayor is very, very interested in our views on this, seems to be really interested in our views on everything, because you know, this LNP administration's entire strategy these days are around yeah, that's right, because if we decide to, in their words, vote it down, it won't proceed and there'll be no housing in Brisbane whatsoever. I'm saying that with my tongue placed firmly in my cheek, of course, because we know that the decisions around whether a neighbourhood plan or amendments to city plan take a majority of this place, and the LNP has a vast majority for a little while longer in this place here. So we'll just have to wait and see when the vote comes to see how we're going to support this or not, Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on items B and D, and turning to item B. We know, of course, that due to the increase in the market volatility that Council has experienced, that this amendment to the significant contracting plan is very important to ensure that we can undertake the works and deliver the project of the Everton Park Library. This significant upgrade will truly transform the library's experience of the locals and residents who use the Everton Park Library, and we also know full well that right across the world, in fact, there is an experience of market volatility, and of course that is the reason that this amendment is here today. So I would urge people to support this amendment. Turning to item D, the lease of, to land for community organisations, I'm pleased to hear that the opposition will be supporting this because it is indeed an important thing to do. Item D is seeking Council's approval to apply the exemption set out in section 2661 of the regulation and to renew these 69 community leases without going to tender. As Councillor Cassidy and the Lord Mayor said, this is a standard process that we go through each time a community lease is due for renewal to ensure that community organisations can continue operating unhindered and continue to deliver the great work that they do for the local community. So through our network of more than 600 community lease sites across Brisbane, the Schrinner Council aims to empower and support our valued community organisations, and with that I commend item D to the Chamber.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I just thought I'd weigh in really briefly on item A to say that I never did support this road widening project, and I don't think we needed to take this family's front yard. I don't support the item. It just makes me wonder yet again why we keep wasting so much money on road widening when there are so many negative impacts on neighbouring homes and residents. So I guess I want to place on the record to whoever these householders are, I'm very sorry that the council has basically trampled all over you here and not recognised the severe negative impacts that this road widening has no doubt had on your life. And I tend to think that the amount of compensation that the council is offering is nowhere near satisfactory or sufficient considering the impacts and the amount of land that they've taken off the yard. Thanks.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on all the items before us today. Firstly, I agree with Councillor Sri. Unfortunately, we've seen the very appalling impacts that these partial resumptions can have on people, and again, I don't know the circumstances of what's happened here with the negotiations, but you know, it's not good if the people are not happy with the offer Council's made and they're left with the giant road running straight out the front of their house. I think there are other options here for Council, and it's disappointing that yet again more residents are being burnt by this LNP's administration's "we'll do it our way at all costs" with no consideration for the community. I want to speak briefly on item B as well, the Everton Park Library. Yet again, we've seen massive blowouts in Council's contracts for contracting plans for basic council services. In this case, the library. It's not that long ago that Council actually brought the significant contracting plan to Council. It was brought here for approval on the 7th of June 2022. So that's July, August, September. That's 4 months ago. Now, 4 months ago, there was absolutely issues around market volatility and supply chains. There have been issues around for over a year or even a bit longer with respect to these matters. They're not new. They are not new in any way, shape or form. Yet less than 4 months later, we're back here at Council because the LNP have failed to manage a major contract. And what is an eye-watering amount of money that Council wants to keep secret, and I'm not allowed to discuss, is being increased by another eye-watering amount, including the original eye-watering contingencies that weren't enough, that have actually also been increased both in dollar value and percentage-wise. This is just poor financial management by the LNP. It's actually Labor-like behaviour, because this is the way the Labor Party, run things. And this is seriously, this is the way that the LNP hop up and claim that Labor can't manage the finances. It's pretty clear that this council administration have got the same economic management philosophy when it comes to financial administration. They just don't seem to be able to manage their money. And they think the ratepayers of Brisbane are just an ATM machine that they can keep ripping money out of when they're forgetting that we don't have drains cleaned up in Brisbane. We don't have parks reopened from the floods, yet hugely eye-watering sums of more money can be found poof like this for the Everton Park Library. Well, look, I don't begrudge a library over Everton Park, but I can tell you we got some paint in Corinda a few years ago. We got Fairfield fixed up after the floods. It had to be gutted. But we've never had a new library out my way, and this council only last week voted against doing major renovations to the the Annerley Library and Hall. Again, a little lick of paint there was enough. But over in Everton Park, in an LNP ward, Butte libraries get built, and then when it looks like the millions and millions and millions of dollars that they budgeted just 4 months ago aren't enough, sure, we'll just turn the tap back on and we'll get millions more out of this council budget. That money's coming from other projects in this city, and it is absolutely not good enough that the LNP administration cannot manage major projects. The contingency in this project just 4 months ago should have been enough to cover any unexpected costs. So somebody is not doing proper budgeting, proper scoping, and that's just not good enough. Item D is the lease to community organisations. Now, I just want to put on the record, this is, I think, the third time I have raised in this chamber that the Carrington Boat Club do not have a lease from council. I actually signed off on the first request for the lease in February 2021. I then signed off for a second time for a lease on the 3rd of September 2021. I've again signed off on the lease on the 28th of April 2022. That's more than 6 months ago. I've written to the CEO. I've asked the council officers. This poor flood-affected club, who have been seeking a lease from council for 2 years, still have not had a lease brought forward to council. Now, there's still discussions going on behind the scenes, but I signed off on the lease back in April 2022. What has council been doing in the last 6 months that the Carrington Boat Club lease has not been brought up here for consideration? It is appalling behaviour by council. This is a flood-affected club. They have issues with being able to apply for grants, and they certainly are in some distress because council has not renewed their lease. The residents of Fig Tree Pocket caused a huge amount of concern, which had nothing to do with the club, and that's just outrageous that this club is being penalised by council, because there's no other way to describe it now. It does not take two years to renew a lease. And I've again written to the CEO, it's honestly not good enough that council's doing this. I just don't know what the problem is. The officers don't get back to you. Yes, councillor will get back to you. They don't get back to you. Months go by. It is absolutely appalling, unprofessional behaviour, and it is wrong that this council has not brought the Carrington Boat Club lease up for approval. It needs to do so urgently and before Christmas, because otherwise it'll be another 6 months before it comes back to council in the next batch to be processed.
Brisbane Racing Club might want to lease.
Yeah, probably. That'd be right. How many more of those are they going to hand over to the Brisbane Racing Club? I mean, it was bad enough that council, this is a boat club, right, that have a pontoon. It's bad enough that in the lease that council sent the boat club, they put in conditions about how they had to look after their fields. So the boat club wrote back saying, we don't have fields. I mean, this is how bad the process has actually been. But it is unacceptable that 6 months after I've signed off on it, supporting the lease, that it's still not been processed by council. And that deserves explanation, and it deserves council's utmost urgency in resolving the lease and ensuring it is approved by council as is required. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item C, the lease of premises for the Riverview asphalt plant. The Riverview plant was built in 1999, has produced over 2 million tonnes of asphalt since that time. This plant produces over 100,000 tonnes of hot mix asphalt annually for both council projects and external customers, as well as producing all the cold mix asphalt for both Riverview and the Eagle Farm depots. The Riverview supplies asphalt to council's usual road resurfacing projects in the southwestern suburbs of Brisbane, as well as contributing to flood recovery tasks on our roads, such as filling potholes. I'm extremely supportive of this item, and I trust all councillors will be as supportive as well. I wanted to add here to the mix the specialty that this Riverview asphalt plant does is they actually do what we call bespoke asphalt mixes. So whereas Eagle Farm does a number of bulk asphalt mixing, as you would be very well aware of, given that it's in your ward, Mr Chair. Out at Riverview, they actually do bespoke mixes where customers will come in and dial up the mix that they actually want, and it's made specifically for them. I've actually been out to the place a couple of times. One of the last times I was there, I noticed they had this really big, huge drum that was due for replacing, so we actually did a committee presentation on that. And as the Lord Mayor mentioned, the timing of this is actually quite good given what's happening in 2032, and obviously the Eagle Farm will also need to be looked at the same time. So the officers are working on this particular issue as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers?
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Councillor Landers and Councillor Hutton have moved for motion for afternoon tea. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. See you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you, councillors. We're in the ENC debate. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before I start, could I ask that item E be taken seriatim for vote?
E seriatim for debate? Yep. For vote, sorry. For vote, yes.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item E, the major amendment to City Plan, adoption of the 8 Mile Plains Gateway Neighbourhood Plan. Located close to major public transport nodes, including the future Brisbane Metro Station and the Rochedale Busway Station, this area, including 8 Mile Plains and Rochedale, is identified as a key economic growth area in Brisbane. Also within the neighbourhood plan area is the Brisbane Technology Park. As I said last week, Brisbane's industrial landscape is changing, and this technology park supports a diverse mix of businesses and industries with a high concentration of advanced manufacturing, research and tech-based industries. The zone changes proposed, such as increasing the allowable building heights to 6 storeys around the border of the precinct and up to 8 storeys in the centre of the precinct, will continue to support the ongoing development of this important employment hub and create thousands of new jobs. The locality already contains a range of residential living areas, including conventional detached housing, townhouses, relocatable home parks and new apartments. But the proposed plan allows greater housing choice by allowing a range of scales and densities in key locations around schools, employment clusters, public transport, community facilities and shops. This is balanced with retaining existing low-density residential housing across the remainder of the neighbourhood plan area. The appeal of the area will be further improved by providing shade trees, landscaping and wider footpaths. The proposed plan will also take advantage of the significant investment in infrastructure across the precinct, particularly around public transport and road network infrastructure. The 8 Mile Plains Gateway Neighbourhood Plan is just one way the Shrinner Council is ensuring residents are close to the services they need, as well as the lifestyle and leisure opportunities they want. Now, I'm hoping, and I'm certainly Councillor Cassidy has left us in suspense as to how the opposition might vote on this particular item. Certainly they've got form in voting against neighbourhood plans where housing is a key deliverable. In this particular case, this will be primarily about the delivery of greater employment opportunities, more economic activity and more jobs. Something that typically the Labor Party would support, so I would be very hopeful that they will support this plan, and I commend it to the Chamber.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item E of the ENC report on the 8 Mile Plains Gateway Neighbourhood Plan. Mr. Chair, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Councillor Allen and his team in city planning for delivering this major amendment to our city plan that will cater to one of the fastest growing areas in our city. Mr. Chair, as a local councillor, I'm fully supportive of this amendment. Just like the old saying, the key to choosing property is location, location, location. And the Emerald Plains Gateway Neighbourhood Plan shows that Emerald Plains is the location to be. The Emerald Plains Gateway Neighbourhood Plan covers Upper Margaret, Emerald Plains and part of Rochdale. It has been identified as an area with strong population growth, strong development opportunities, as well as an economic and employment hub. It is also conveniently located at the junction of Southeast Freeway, Gateway Motorway and Logan Road, with Metro Depot and 2 stations located within the precinct. Mr. Chair, the area covered in this neighbourhood plan is filled with job creation potential. As Councillor Allen said, could be thousands of jobs created through this neighbourhood plan, and as well as cultural and religious diversity. I'm glad to see the amendment acknowledges these diversities and supports Brisbane's multicultural and multi-faith communities in the area. Well, Mr. Chair, whilst Councillor Cassidy was trying to be mysterious about how Labor is going to vote on this motion, can I say I believe he's going to vote for it, because within this neighbourhood plan, the state government has put in so-called satellite hospital within this area, which did necessitate changes to the neighbourhood plan to accommodate for this new facility. It was also disappointing to see that no community consultation was undertaken before announcing the location of the satellite hospital. The community feedback that I have received was that the money could be better spent on improving the QE2 hospital rather than following the footsteps of the failed super clinics of the Rudd-Gillard years. And I'm sure that's something Councillor Cassidy would like to support. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to end my comments by comment the Lord Mayor and Councillor Allen for delivering this amendment to the city plan. This will provide the framework for city's future development and will leave long-lasting legacies that the people of Brisbane will benefit from for decades to come. I commend the item to the chamber.
Thank you. Any further debate? No further debate. Councillors, we move to the vote on items A, B, C and D, the ENC report. All in favour of items A, B, C and D, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Councillors, item E. All in favour of item E, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Landers. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Please ring the bells. And don't forget Councillor Cook. Oh, Right. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour and 1 against.
Thank you. Declare that motion carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Hutton, the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee held on Tuesday the 25th of October 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday 25 October 2022 be adopted. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to start by updating the Chamber on this week's events at the Brisbane Hub. We have firstly got Embracing Diversity to Overcome 21st Century Challenges panel discussion on Thursday the 3rd of November. And we also have Drive Productivity and Performance in Your Team on Tuesday the 8th of November. I would please encourage you to let your communities know about these wonderful programs that we do have offering at the Brisbane Hub. Moving to the committee report. As always, our first committee presentation for this session is delivered by our Economic Development Manager to provide an update on Brisbane's economic activity. There was a focus on jobs growth and recovery in Brisbane, with current data showing our unemployment rate is approaching record lows at 3.4%, or around 28,000 unemployed, still below the Queensland unemployment rate, which is currently sitting at 4.3%. While this is a good sign that people are rejoining the workforces and businesses are taking on more staff, there are a number of jobs advertised in Brisbane is still hovering around 35,000 job advertisements at any one time, and it is a slight increase to the previous quarter, indicating that we are still dealing with a shortage of workers across all industries, not just in hospitality and tourism, as to be expected, but largely in professional, administrative and managerial roles in Brisbane. What we are hearing from industry is that there is an apparent mismatch of skills to jobs and a growing need for new employment and training programs to combat these vacancies. An update on the growth in median house prices in capital cities across Australia indicated a downward trend, with Brisbane down nearly 1.5% from March this year. Domestic travel through Brisbane Airport has increased significantly since the previous update in August, having grown from 50% pre-COVID levels to now 90%. And while international travel still remains well below pre-COVID levels, we are seeing a strong upward trajectory as more routes continue to open up and airlines increase frequency of flights, a promising sign for the tourism industry here in Brisbane. Lastly, our foot traffic in the Queen Street Mall is on the rise, with pedestrian counters currently sitting at 80% of pre-COVID levels, having recently hit the highest at 85% over the September school holidays. Fantastic for our city traders. With the city coming back online and with more to see and do locally, I encourage everyone to get out and about and to support our local businesses over this coming Christmas period.
Thank you. Further debate? No further debate. I move the report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee report, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 25th of October 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Huang that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday 25 October 2022 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Mr Chair, our last committee presentation was an update on Brisbane's new bus network. I spoke last week in the Chamber about the launch of our new network and the start of community consultation. Council is undertaking the largest bus network consultation in over a decade, inviting residents to have their say on Brisbane's new bus network over a 9-week consultation period. And today, we're almost halfway through the consultation period, with the feedback survey open from the 14th of December. Sorry, until the 14th of December, I should say. The engagement tools and materials have delivered truly a new benchmark for community engagement and feedback. We spent a lot of time studying previous network reviews, both near and far, and I know that our process and engagement has been better for the lessons that we've learned. One of the more recent examples, Mr Chair, was in Auckland, where they completed a major bus network review between 2016 and 2019. There are many synergies between Brisbane and Auckland, which is appropriately one of our sister cities, and we'll celebrate 35 years of that relationship next year, Mr Chair. So recently I went on a trip to Auckland, Mr Chair, where I met with representatives from Auckland Council, Auckland Transport and the New Zealand National Transport Authority, Waka Kotahi. And Auckland's review was intended to make public transport in that city easier to use, to improve connections between bus and rail, and to optimise services. Does that sound familiar, councillors? Because it's very similar to what we are trying to achieve here in Brisbane. Auckland's existing network featured high levels of duplication and extremely low frequency on some routes. And like in our review, some routes were removed and replaced with more frequent services that sometimes did require a transfer. We learned a lot about Auckland Transport's approach to community consultation and explaining the changes that would need to be made to residents, which is reflected in the materials that we've created for Brisbane residents. In addition to discussing the network review, we also learned a lot about Auckland's other transport projects. Auckland are moving ahead with electrifying their bus fleet, which you heard me speak about earlier in the chamber, and they've had great lessons to share about the start of their transition and how they've worked to retrofit some of their diesel vehicles to become zero-emissions buses. Right through the centre of the city, they are also constructing the City Rail Link, which will be the city's first underground rail tunnel. And it was interesting to see how the cut and cover construction methodology differed from our own tunnelling process with the Adelaide Street Tunnel. And I can tell you there were, felt so justified, Chair, in the decision that this council and this Lord Mayor made to go underground, given the state of some of the businesses who were struggling with that cut and cover methodology. It's a very difficult thing to have to continue to trade when you have construction occurring outside your business for several years. So I think we were very justified in that decision. Auckland are also in the process of contemplating light rail, which we went through a number of years ago, Chair, when ultimately we decided on the Brisbane Metro solution. And it was great to return the favour this week, Mr Chair, with Brisbane currently hosting a delegation from New Zealand. And just this morning I was out at the Eagle Farm Depot taking the delegation through the Metro vehicle, and that includes many representatives from both Auckland and Wellington and the various government agencies that fund national land transport in New Zealand. And yesterday I was privileged to present at a summit with the delegates, sharing with them some of the transport projects that we have underway here in Brisbane. There were conversations and exchanges around city planning, economic development, transport, parks and gardens, and of course housing affordability. Let me just say, Mr Chair, they were very impressed with the vision and the innovation that we have here in Brisbane and the commitment that the Lord Mayor has to improving our transport network and the political courage that he has taken to take the city in this direction with a network review and a new form of transport. But most importantly, it's great to see knowledge sharing and productive discussions that can come out of some of these now getting on in the years sister city relationships between Brisbane and Auckland. Long may it be the case, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on the Brisbane new bus network. This is the second review of council bus routes, the word is routes, that I have seen undertaken by council. And like in 2011-2012, council is promising one thing but delivering something else completely. For years now, the Lord Mayor and the Transport Chair have been saying publicly that there will be more buses for the suburbs, that there will be better buses for the suburbs. They've said it over and over and over again. The Transport Chair has poo-pooed what I've said about bus services being cut and truncated. No, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Well, the bus network review shows very clearly how council is putting a knife through bus services in the southern suburbs of Brisbane. In council's own information pack that they provided to my office, they openly admit that only 91% of residents in Tennyson Ward will get the same or a similar service. Almost 10% of residents are going to be worse off under this bus network review that has been proposed by Councillor Murphy and Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner. 10% of residents will be worse off. They're not getting a better bus service, they're getting worse off. The other 91% are getting the same or similar. So the public promises of better bus services for the suburbs is just a mirage. Pretty much, I think they're believing their own publicity because what they are actually doing in the suburbs is very different to what they say they are doing. In my ward, there are multiple services that are being cut or truncated. This means there are less services going into the city and it impacts residents in almost all areas. There will be no direct service any longer between Yeronga and Indooroopilly, which is the principal activity centre for residents who live in Yeronga. Their only option will be to go to the city or to change buses somewhere on the side of the road where council won't put in a bus shelter because it's only a local bus stop and they'll have to stand in the heat and the rain on the side of Fairfield Road. And guess who these people mainly are? The elderly. The elderly. They are extremely concerned. There are no new bus routes proposed in Tennyson Ward. There are no services at all in some areas at night or on weekends. It's 1.4 kilometres for some people in Oxley to walk to the local train station when there is no bus service on the weekend. Or, Councillor Strunk, you'll appreciate this, they can walk further out over the Ipswich motorway past the Bunnings at Oxley, and that's 1.1 kilometres for those Oxley residents to get to a bus service. Now, council's standard of service, is my understanding, is 400 metres, and that's clearly not being met. There are no upgrades proposed to bus stop infrastructure, particularly on Ipswich Road. So Ipswich Road is going to carry more buses. They are coming from other parts of Brisbane, and they're going to transit through Annerley Junction. So I asked the transport planners what improvements are you going to make to the footpaths, which are as old as the hills. Council won't fix those. Are you going to build better bus indents? What are you going to do? Oh no, councillor, that's not part of the scope of the project. So there's no new infrastructure to support the changes that council's talking about, other than where they want it in the inner city, where they're spending billions of dollars. Remember, this was a $944 million project that's now costing $1.7 billion. That's what they admit to today, and it's likely to be a lot more. So as a result of the LNP's signature transport project, the cost of the project has almost doubled. Residents in my ward are getting a worse bus service, and they're not getting any new infrastructure to upgrade areas where there will be more buses transiting through, such as Ipswich Road, which, as Councillor Wines wants to ignore, has about 100 accidents per year on Ipswich Road, and Brisbane City Council won't invest any money into that road, but over at Indooroopilly, sure, there's a few crashes there, they'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars. So it just shows pretty clearly the priorities of this LNP administration. What they have said is completely false, and their own information reveals that. I feel very sorry for the residents who have to deal with the consequences of this. There is really only, apart from the cuts and truncations, there's really only one sort of change, which is the extension of the 192 into Yeronga, but that's a circuitous route into the city for those residents, and their direct route has been truncated now at the Cultural Centre, I think, yeah, Cultural Centre. So it swings and roundabouts out here. But the fact that council can't say that my residents, none of them are getting a better bus service, they're getting the same or similar or worse. I think that reflects very poorly on council. I know my residents are extremely upset. They have been emailing and writing to council. They're not playing the stupid games that council wants to play. They're real people who have serious concerns about the impact of buses in their lives, and these are school children and mainly the elderly. Now, it's also very clear that council does not understand that school children in my ward don't use school buses. Some do, but most children in my ward rely on public buses to take them to their homes. A lot of them go to private schools and there are not buses available for them. It is very concerning that there are no services at certain times of the day for these students. It is very concerning that the 192 does not have services after about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, and there are no services at all on weekends. So the one new bus service that the officers proudly told me about doesn't run on Saturday to take, the purpose of it, I was told, was to take the retirement village community at Yeronga up to Fairfield Shopping Centre. But if they want to shop on Saturday or Sunday, they still can't because there is no bus service. It is just shocking how poorly this has been organised. It is distressing to see the reduction of services and council's attempt to cut the ward connections, that east-west connections that are so critically valuable. People who live in Yeronga or Fairfield and Yeronpilly and Tennyson, those residents have doctors, hairdressers, shops, children go to schools, they have all their services in Indooroopilly because that's where the buses go. Now, council's taking that away. They'll have to stand on the side of Fairfield Road in the rain or the heat, basically to swap buses to get them over to Indooroopilly. And they don't know what those connections will look like. Will it be an hour? Will it be half an hour? We don't know. There are also residents on Annerley Road who are being disadvantaged by these changes and the truncations and redirections of bus services through Annerley. So council has not got this right. It's pretty clear to me, based on the feedback from the officers who came to my office, that they're not interested in the changes. So I sadly think the fix is in. They very clearly told me that changing or, for example, getting the bus service back to Indooroopilly was outside of the scope of the project. Looking at extra services on weekends was outside of the scope of the project. So if they've made up their minds, this is going to be a very poor outcome for council. My residents are in good faith putting forward their views. They are contributing to the bus network review, as I will be. But I can say now, council has failed to listen to our community about extending the 196 bus route into Yeronga. That's what we have campaigned for a decade that I have been here. There have been multiple petitions in this place to do that, and council has indicated it would look at extending the 196 bus service in the last petition we did a few years ago, and has failed to do so, just didn't do it. It is very disappointing to see the adverse outcomes that council has designed as part of their new network review. And when council proudly says that 91% of residents get the same or a similar service and 10% will be worse off, that's a bad outcome for the community, and the LNP need to pull their heads in.
Any further debate? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on the bus network review, and I'm going to be looking forward to seeing the results of the submissions and the feedback from the public that comes through. I think some residents are rightly disappointed that it's not a more holistic review. There are lots of parts of the city that aren't really seeing much change at all. But I do understand kind of the justifications for why the council is focusing primarily on some of those southern bus routes that will be replaced by metro vehicles running along the busway. I also have some sympathy with the council administration in that if they want to be improving services, they ideally would be getting a bit more funding in from the state government, and I think there's probably, you know, a fair bit of responsibility on the shoulders of the Transport Minister and Queensland Labor for not adequately funding Brisbane's public transport network. I will just reiterate for the record that I would really like to see the 192 service operating on weekends and weeknights, and I thank Councillor Murphy for at least getting us some costings so that we understand the sorts of figures we're talking about. Councillor Johnston, in case you're interested, based on the new route that's proposed for the 192, at a minimum, it would cost about an extra $600,000 for the service to run until 9 p.m. on weekends, 9 p.m. on weekdays, and half hourly on Saturdays and Sundays, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So we're talking about $600,000, potentially a little bit more with the little incidental costs, but let's say $600,000 to $700,000 in order for the 192, that's per year, in order for the 192 to run a bit later on weekdays. We don't know what the revenue is from ticket revenue. This is a new route or an extension to the route, so it's hard to say exactly how much take-up there'd be, particularly from the Tennyson ward. But it's not a huge amount of money, and I would think that either the council or the state government could cough up an extra $600K to ensure that a big chunk of the inner south side has a bus service that runs at night and on weekends. Even Highgate Hill in my ward, which you'd think it's pretty close to the inner city, it's actually very poorly served by buses, and on weekends there's not much on offer. And in fact, even the stretch of Montague Road, where all the new high-density development has gone in, there's a major Woolworths shopping centre down there and a precinct with close to 1,000 residents, and they don't have a bus that runs on weekends. The Blue City glider stops are quite a distance from that shopping centre, and I guess there's a few missed opportunities here in this stage of the review, and I'm hopeful that the administration will take a bit of feedback on board about some of these things that can be improved. But the core concern really for me is getting some improvements to the 192 service so that it runs on weekends and weeknights as well. I don't necessarily accept the principle that residents should, that we should have to cut some services in other precincts in order to improve the 192, because we've had so many additional residents move into my ward. Just West End alone has had a population increase of something like 7,000 or 8,000 residents in the last couple of years, and then the suburb of South Brisbane next to West End has had something like another 10,000. So the population of the 4101 postcode all up is growing by more than 20,000 people in the last few years. And even though there's 20,000 more people, there hasn't been any significant improvements to public transport other than putting larger blue buses on the Blue City Glide network. And I do acknowledge that, and I'm grateful that we've got those larger buses on the Blue City Glide network. But you'd think that if an area is getting another 20,000 residents crammed into it, that alone would be enough case to justify improvements to public transport without having to cut existing services. And so, I'm not necessarily pointing the finger directly at the council administration, but the council is the one that approved all these developments in my ward without a clear plan for how those residents would move around. So I get why the council is pointing the finger at the state government and saying, well, it's up to the state government to increase funding for the public transport network so that we can add services rather than robbing Peter to pay Paul. But the council's the one that's put all these people here. The council's the one that's approved all these new apartments in areas where the local community said the public transport infrastructure wasn't sufficient and that the facilities couldn't cope. So the council told residents that there would be enough adequate facilities and services to accommodate this growing population. The council told residents that there would be a new City Cat stop on the western side of West End. That hasn't come to pass. So we've had lots more residents moving into the area, lots more businesses as well, and lots more demand for weekend services in particular and weeknight services. There's more bars and restaurants that people are trying to visit, but more importantly, there's bars and restaurants where hospitality workers are working and trying to get home late at night, and those people should be catered for. As a general theme, I noticed that the new service times and routes and operating hours in the bus network review still seem to be weighted a little too heavily towards 9 to 5 workers and a conventional, or like a very traditional understanding of when people do and don't want to catch the bus. And I think probably one of the demographics or sections that might have been overlooked a little bit in this bus network review are those younger workers who do work late at night or on weekends. And part of the problem there is that when the council's deciding where services are needed and where are the gaps that most need to be filled, the council and the state government are looking predominantly at existing usage patterns. So they look at where people are travelling to currently based on go-card data, and based on that existing demand, they say, well, we need a new route here, or we need to fill this gap there. But if you only look at existing demand patterns, you miss out on all the unmet needs of people who aren't currently catching a bus because they don't have a good option, but who really would like to catch a bus if one was available. And through you, Chair, to Councillor Murphy, I just hope that you'll keep that general feedback in mind as you receive the submissions. And remember that there are a lot of people now, particularly a lot of younger people who, to be honest, are probably the least likely to engage with the council engagement processes. But there are a lot of people who work late nights or who work on weekends who should be able to catch a bus to and from work, just like a 9-to-5 office worker. And the fact that those people work on weekends or weeknights shouldn't mean that they're less deserving of access to public transport. So I do acknowledge it's a balancing act. I do acknowledge that the council officers are trying to do the best they can with the limited resources on the table. But I also note that the council has been willing to put a little bit of extra funding in order to ensure that some residents are not left worse off, and the council, I think, is right to do that. And if the council wants to win the public case and win enough support for these reforms to go through, it might be strategic to put in a little bit of extra funding towards something like the 192 service, so all those residents who live along that route can get to work, or can move around on the weekends, or can get to the local shops on a Saturday morning. Like I said, I'll have a lot more to say once I've been able to see the feedback summary reports and talk to more residents about this. I think a lot of people are still getting their heads around it, and I think a lot of people probably don't quite understand yet exactly what the ramifications are. I just do hope that the council administration is sincere about taking feedback on board and making changes, and that it won't be a situation where the decisions have already been made and this whole consultation process is really just a notification process. I think that would be disappointing. And I hope that Councillor Murphy is sincere when he says that the council genuinely is interested in feedback and will make changes in response to feedback where appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Cumming.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, as some of the earlier speakers said, the administration has been saying for a long time the metro would mean improved services for the suburbs. Well, there's no improvements proposed in this network review for the Wynnum Manly ward. In fact, there's been no changes at all. I believe for some time that a bus service from Manly West into the city would be viable. It would start in Wynnum Manly ward and then go through the Manly West part of Doughboy ward, along streets like Manly Road and Radford Road and Wandle Road. Many of the services to the city from Wynnum Manly are hourly services at best, and during much of the day, and even a regular half-hour service would greatly increase patronage even if no bus service was offered. A more regular service to Carindale and Cannon Hill for a lot of the young people that work at those shopping centres or want to go shopping there would be very much appreciated as well. As it is at present, it's very difficult for people to get to work at Carindale or at Cannon Hill, and there could be substantial improvements made there if the service was run more regularly. This is a disappointing review for the Wynnum Manly ward. Unfortunately, residents of Manly West are so used to such a poor service, I'm not sure how many of them will put in submissions, unfortunately, but I'll be urging them to put in submissions and letting them know about the review.
Thank you. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Murphy? Oh, sorry, Councillor Strunk, go for it.
I am tiny, you know. Okay, I'd like to rise to speak in regards to the review.
I have three routes that have been impacted, some substantially and others not too much. But anyways, as we were going through it, I think I would start off with one of the routes, and that was Route 122, right, which there has been some positive changes to this route in some respects. First of all, the new route's actually going to not have to worry about the Coopers Plains railway crossing. They're doing a work around that, which is positive, and also this route will actually now go to the Richlands train station. But that just is only going to make up for what we lost the last review some years back, where we lost one of the routes to the Richlands train station. And I know I've talked about this ad nauseum at every opportunity, but as my colleague from Councillor Cummins has said from the Wynnum ward, Metro was supposed to actually improve things in the suburbs. That's what we were told at the very beginning of the process. When we heard that, of course, Metro was going to create some disruptions within the bus network, but that was going to be improved into those suburbs by releasing a number of buses that were occupying the space that the Metro buses were going to take over from. I said right at the beginning that I didn't think the Forest Lake ward was going to benefit much at all from that, and I didn't think that most of my residents were ever going to probably, unless they do it for an experience, ride the Metro, at least on a regular basis anyways. So when we received the changes here, then I had a look at that and say, well, what's in it for us for the $1.7 billion that we're expending on the Metro? And so the 122, as I say, the two benefits there are not having to go through the Coopers Plain crossing, and that route will now intersect with the Richlands train station. But the problem is that there's a village within the Inala suburb, which is known basically as the Cosmic Streets or the Stars, and a lot of our seniors live in these streets and use the buses on a regular basis. So what's happened with this particular route is that the stops in Centaurus Street, Boot Street, Virgo, Eridanus, Myra, and Poinsettia Streets will be closed off for this particular route. And when I sat down with officers and to get the briefing, they said, well, they should be able to walk to another stop close to their house to still be able to use the 122, but they may have to walk over 400 meters away. And again, a lot of these residents have mobility issues, and in the heat of the summer in Inala, in some cases they may not even have air conditioning in their houses. I don't know, but all I know is that it's a very hot walk to a bus stop if you're having to walk 400 meters. So that's definitely not an improvement. So that was Route 122. Now, if we have a look at Route 110, it will now terminate at the PA. It used to go in to the city, but it used to stops in Queen Street Station, Cultural Center Station, and I'm sure that the Cultural Center, of course, is going to be probably a destination for a lot of my residents. South Bank bus station, of course, and the Marta Hill station and the Wollongabba station. So it's going to be a broken trip. So they get to the PA, then they got to get off and get onto the Metro if they want to go any further, of course. It's a broken trip, and again, mobility issues, you know, a lot of people do have mobility issues, and they may have walking frames, but they may not even need a walking frame, but they have a cane and or other issues when it comes to walking. So a broken trip is something that they would not necessarily look forward to. Yes, it'll be a faster trip in the end, right, by a few minutes probably, and a more frequent trip, as we've heard. But again, broken trips do not advantage, especially seniors. And as a matter of fact, I would think that some of them probably wouldn't want to undertake the trip because of that factor that they can't get on their bus in their suburb and then get off at where they want to go. So, but as I say, the increase in frequency, of course, is welcomed. The final one was the 460, the Heathwood to City Express, but this no longer, of course, will get you to the cultural centre. And again, a cultural centre is one of those iconic places in Brisbane that people do travel to, probably a few times a year at least, to undertake the entertainment area, South Bank and other areas, other entertainment areas in that area, that they would be able to, again, hop on the bus in their suburb and then get dropped off to where they need to go, and that will no longer happen on the 460. So those are the three routes. I just wanted to put it on the record that I'm not happy, especially with those people that are going to be disadvantaged in those Anala streets, who are no longer going to be able to use the bus stop, in some cases right outside their house. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Further debate? Councillor Murphy.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I thank all councillors, except Councillor Johnson, for their contribution to the debate on this item, because I think it's important that we have councillors engage in this process in a meaningful, grown-up way, and Councillor Strunk, Councillor Cumming and Councillor Strunganathan have done that today. Let's start with Councillor Strunk. I take your point, Councillor Strunk, around some of the routes that were removed in the, it was actually the 2013 review, started by the state, handed over to council. We actually removed a number of services that weren't performing, that were connecting into the rail station, and what we actually found was that patronage improved as a result of removal of some of those routes, because sometimes in an area, network legibility needs to be improved through reduction of the amount of routes, and then you get to, people are able to understand and read the network better. And so we actually had an improvement in patronage as a result of some of those routes that were removed. But look, this goes for Councillor Cumming as well. All of this review, this new network is in context of zero growth funding from the state government in the last 7 and a bit years of Premier Palaszczuk's reign and control over transport in this city. Now, we understand the financial issues that the state...
Councillor Johnston, you will listen to in silence.
We understand the financial issues that the state is going through, but the reality is that this is the biggest investment that council has made in public transport ever, Chair. So what are we seeing? We're seeing our investment in public transport jump by 84% to $183 million by 2025-2026. Now, the state government cannot say that. They cannot say that. There has been zero growth funding from the state government in public transport, and I would suggest, Councillor Strunk, and I'm suggesting this respectfully to you, that if you do want more services in your electorate, then it is your responsibility to talk to your former boss, the Premier, the person who is in charge of the state, and ask her to fund the Transport Department and TransLink to be able to deliver additional growth funding for services. Because what you see from this review, and some of you have identified that, other councillors on this side have identified that, is that council is trying to do more with less in many respects. We are trying to get more trips on a network without breaking the bank and signing up council for decades of dealing with the state's lack of growth funding. And still, we get 160,000 additional trips on this network through this very smart redesign of the network. We get 54% of journeys that are faster and 33% that are the same or similar, not the 91% figure that Councillor Johnson just pulled out of the air and made up. We have 13% of trips that are slower, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnson.
Claimed to have been misrepresented.
Noted.
Well, let's talk about misrepresentation then, Chair, because Councillor Johnson did some disgusting misrepresentation of the officers who came out to brief her on the new network. She said, and I quote, "The fix is in," and that there was political direction on this network review. The reality is, and the officers would testify to this, that they have been allowed to conduct this review in collaboration with TransLink at arm's length from the political process, and to do a transport planners network review. We have not sought to intervene in this network review, and I would suggest, Chair, that that is why so far it is being accepted by the Minister, it's being accepted by TransLink, and I would think it's being more broadly accepted by the residents of the City of Brisbane, the travelling public, who we are in this place to serve. So those were outrageous comments. And Councillor Johnson, you said you look forward to participating in this review. Well, if that's how you're going to participate in this review, then I don't look forward to your contributions any further. I do look forward to the contributions of your constituents. They're the ones that we serve here. They're the ones that we look out for each and every day. And we'll be looking for the submissions that they make and enhancing services for them. And trust me, there are plenty of enhancements that are happening in the Tennyson ward as a result of this network review. Now, Councillor Sri, just finally, in addressing your points, and you have engaged, I think, meaningfully in the network review process. As I said to you in committee, and as I've said many times on the Brisbane new bus network, all of these changes are in context of zero growth funding from the state. We are having to do more with less, and I think the officers have done a tremendous job at that, and I will leave it at that, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, your misrepresentation.
Yes. Councillor Murphy just flat out lied about me when he claimed that I had misled people and been untruthful about how many people would be affected negatively by the bus review. It's in a colour printed presentation provided by council officers, very clearly stating that 91% of people will get the same or a similar service, and almost 10% will be worse off. He's the liar.
Oh. Councillors, we now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Wines.
Mr Chair, I move the report.
Committee report, please.
Report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 25th of October 2022 be adopted.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Matic that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 25 October 2022 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Mr Chair, last week the committee saw a presentation on Norris Road, Bracken Ridge, and as many councillors would know, I'm a great fan of that project, a great fan of Norris Road. I think people have heard me speak at length about it, and I will allow those earlier comments to stand on their own.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Landers.
Chair, I rise to talk about the project at Norris Road. As you know, it's been a few weeks now since the lights have been turned on at Pritchard Place, and we are getting fantastic feedback. I know before this project took place, we had a huge consultation on stage one, and at that consultation there were many people who said that they would like to see these lights go in at Pritchard Place. And on the weekend at a Halloween event, I had one of our locals, well-known locals, Sharky, say to me that he was just so happy that we were able to find the funds to do that, and we were able to complete stage two because we did get this stage one project done on time and under budget, and we were able to move down and put the lights in at Pritchard Place. The school principal and parents have found that school pickup is so much easier, and it has taken pressure off other local streets in the area that parents were forced to try and use, and so now they are using that Pritchard Place and the traffic is flowing through, and we have a much safer environment. We also include in that projects were the turning lanes at Waroopa and Gawain Road, and of course the bus lanes. So that has opened Norris Road up right through, that people are able to drive through and not have to wait for cars to turn or for the buses to leave. So it is absolutely fantastic. And I do really want to thank, of course I thank the contractors for the job that was fantastic, but also I really particularly want to thank residents in the area that have been, obviously had a few late nights and what have you with the works taking place, and I really do want to say to them thank you so much. They all acknowledge the importance of this project and are just so happy that we have been able to complete it now. So I thank Councillor Wines as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? No further debate. Councillor Wines. Now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Allen, City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 25th of October 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday 25 October 2022 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before I update the Chamber on the two items that were considered by the committee, I wanted to acknowledge the council officers from Design Brisbane. The team recently won the Asia Pacific Place Leaders Award for small projects under $200,000 for the outdoor gallery Sunny Side Up exhibition. As part of this exhibition, there was also a diversified engagement program that included for the first time a citywide augmented reality art treasure hunt. This initiative was in response to the pandemic and drew people back into the city centre safely while providing a transformational opportunity for emerging artists. Now, moving on to the committee report, item A was a committee presentation on the recently completed Coorparoo Village Precinct project in Councillor Cunningham's ward. Our village precinct projects look to create livable places for the local community and visitors to enjoy while improving amenity and accessibility. And this one was certainly revitalise the Coorparoo Junction neighbourhood shopping precinct along Old Cleveland Road and Cavendish Road, Coorparoo. As part of the project, the public was also invited to submit ideas and feedback. This played a key role in shaping the project scope, as many of these ideas and feedback submitted were included in the final design. This included garden beds, landscape seating and vertical gardens, large shade trees and building murals, pavement paint and public art. The project also saw upgrades to the pavement to improve pedestrian accessibility and safety, as well as new street furniture, including customer seating and bike racks. But the highlight of the project is the conversion of Tarlina Lane into a shared zone, including new pedestrian lighting and a reduction in the speed limit. Local artist Chantal Fraser also undertook a creative workshop with the local school children to develop themes for surface treatment works on the lane. The Tarlina Lane Festival was held on Sunday the 16th of October 2022 to celebrate the completion of the project. Along with local businesses, there were food vendors, live music and entertainment, and I understand Councillor Cunningham, the event was a big hit with the locals and extended well into the evening. Item B was a petition objecting to Council's approval of a development application for a multi-storey dwelling house at 15 Byron Street, Bulimba. The development application was assessed against City Plan in accordance with the Planning Act before being approved by Council's delegate on 6th of December 2021, subject to conditions. Now, on the 5th of January 2022, the applicant exercised their rights under the Act and lodged an appeal against the conditions of the approval in the Planning and Environment Court. The recommendation proposes that the petitioners be advised that as the appeal is still before the P&E Court, the final outcome sits with the Court. The local councillor supports the recommendation. I'll leave further debate to the Chamber.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on item A, the village precinct projects that have been undertaken. So a few years ago, without any notice to council, the LNP changed the name of its program, which had previously been called a SCIP, Suburban Centre Improvement Project, to a village precinct project. And those people waiting in the queue for a SCIP basically got dudded, and the LNP funded projects in their ward, and I think there was one in Inala in the first batch as well. As a result of this village precinct project, this report says there actually have been 17 projects delivered, but there are more listed on the website, so I'm not quite sure how true that is. But of the 10 that are listed in paragraph 2, there is only one in a non-LNP ward. 9 of the 10 projects to be delivered in this 4-year period are in LNP wards. Now that is just appalling behaviour. The other 12 that are listed on the council website that aren't mentioned in this report, 9 of those are in LNP wards and 3 are in Labor wards. So overwhelmingly, the LNP is only delivering projects in its own wards, and so far that's 18. So almost every ward, at least in the LNP administration, has had a village precinct project. Meanwhile, the Graceful Five Ways looks like a bomb's gone off in it. Annerley Junction, which we have petitioned over and over and over again to have an upgrade, has been ignored by Brisbane City Council. Projects in LNP wards are being prioritised above places like Annerley that desperately need support. I just want to place on the record again for those watching at home, and I've been watching today, that Councillor Mackay, while male councillors are speaking, sits facing forward in the chamber. Every time I speak...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Mackay.
For a start, I feel bullied when Councillor Johnson does that, and I'm allowed to sit in the chamber how I wish, and whatever I do has nothing to do with gender.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. No, Councillor Mackay, it's not a valid point of order. Councillor Johnson, you have the floor. But please stick to the report before us,
Well,
please.
I'm so sorry, but this has been going on for some period of time. I've watched the other councillors in the room here today, and while they've been speaking, he sits facing forward. He's doing this very deliberately. Not only is it rude, he then stands up, makes a point of order that's not a point of order,
to you, Councillor Maddox.
claiming I'm bullying him when he is acting in a
Point
childish
of order
way
to you, Councillor
that
Maddox.
has been noticed by members of the
Could
public.
I speak? Or, Mr Chairman, Councillor Johnston is imputing motive and making a derogatory statement about Councillor Mackay. It is absolutely unsuitable meeting conduct. There is nothing that she said that can be proven, and she has no facts to prove otherwise. But she is happy to make a derogatory statement, and I ask that it be noted as unsuitable meeting conduct.
Councillor Maddox, thank you for your point of order. Councillor Johnson, can I bring you back to the report before us, please, which has nothing to do with the behaviour, alleged or otherwise, of councillors in this place.
Other than, of course, the recording of the meeting, which, you know, is made every week, Councillor Maddox, and will prove exactly what I'm saying. I've been watching now for a few weeks.
Councillor Johnston, to the report, please.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I'm the one in trouble, even though the LNP councillors are the ones engaging in bad behaviour.
Point of order, Mr Chair. I mean, if the councillor has no further comments...
Excuse me, just before I call you, Councillor Wines. Yes, you have a point of order.
My point of order is obviously relevant. If the councillor has no further relevant comments, perhaps we could proceed with the balance of the meeting.
Thank you. I have called you to the motion matter before us on a few occasions now, Councillor Johnson. I urge you to do so.
Of course, we wouldn't want to acknowledge the misogyny of the councillor for Walter Taylor Ward, of course. And his very rude behaviour towards me. I would have thought perhaps that might be something you want to address.
That's outrageous.
Councillor Johnson.
I seek that the council withdraw that outrageous statement. It's obviously not true. An appalling thing to say about another person. Please, Mr Chair, can I seek that she withdraw that?
Councillor, will you withdraw those comments, please?
For weeks, if not months, Councillor Mackay turns his back whenever I speak in this chamber. He does not do it to male councillors on this side of the chamber. It's been observed by residents who brought it to my attention watching it, and it is appalling behaviour.
Councillor, it's not your turn. Chair, I just want to put on the record again, I feel unsafe when Councillor Johnson bullies me in this chamber.
Councillor Johnson, you've been asked to withdraw comments that you made. Will you withdraw?
It's been noticed by members of the public.
Councillor,
I've observed it. It is appalling. He's doing it right now. Like, this is appalling behaviour, and I don't know why he's doing it to me and not male councillors.
Councillor Johnson.
That is the problem.
Councillor Johnson, as you continue to fail to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(8) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. Have you finished your debate?
So
yes?
I get an inappropriate conduct warning, but the misogyny of the councillor for Walter Taylor
Point of order,
is not
Mr. Chair.
addressed. And
This
I'm
is
sorry,
just-
what exactly
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
exactly have I been warned for and noted in the minutes for? Not withdrawal, is that?
Councillor Johnston, on several occasions I asked you to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct.
What unsuitable meeting conduct?
To withdraw the comments that you made.
So I'm sorry, if we don't withdraw, that is automatically inappropriate conduct. Is that what you're saying?
You have continued to defy my request for you to return to the matter before us.
Most
that was
councillors
unsuitable.
don't do that.
That was
I'm sorry,
unsuitable
hang on a
meeting
minute.
conduct.
Other councillors don't withdraw and
Point
you
of order,
don't
Chair.
issue a warning for them.
Councillor
have
Sri
to.
Ranganathan, you have a point of order.
Thanks, Chair. I did just want to clarify. Are you suggesting that if you request the councillor withdraw a statement and they decline to withdraw, that is automatically unsuitable conduct? Because that's a new thing, I think. Well, that's the. Excuse me.
I asked you to withdraw, Councillor Johnson, and you refused the request. That's unsuitable meeting conduct.
Just on my point of order, sorry. I really want to get this right so I don't muck up on the rules. It sounds like what you're saying is that if you ask a councillor to withdraw a statement and they decline to do so, that you will then deem that unsuitable meeting conduct. That's a departure from prior practice in this place. Is that what you're saying?
The ruling, Councillor Sri Ranganathan, is that I've made a request for Councillor Johnson to withdraw.
I'm not asking specifically about her matter.
Let me complete. And the matter wasn't withdrawn. That is unsuitable meeting conduct, yes.
Point of order, Chair.
Where are we?
Yeah, sorry. Can I encourage you to seek some further advice on that? Because that would be a big departure from prior practice if every time a councillor says that they're offended and they want something withdrawn, and then the councillor who makes the statement declines to withdraw, that you then deem that unsuitable meeting conduct. That would really start to sense...
Councillor Sri Ranganathan, under the Meetings Local Law, I have decided that the conduct is of a serious nature and have made an order under section 21(8) directly. That is permitted under the Meetings Local Law.
Councillor Mackay, who turns his back to me in the chamber, is engaging in bad behaviour and I don't withdraw. He's called me a bully multiple times today. So is that going to be withdrawn, Mr. Chairman?
Point of order. Look,
is that going to be withdrawn, Mr. Chairman?
Point of order.
Can the courtesy that's extended to Councillor Johnson also be extended to me, please?
Yes, Councillor Wines.
As a result of the unnecessary raising of tensions on irrelevant matters, I move that we adjourn for a 10-minute period to allow councillors to calm themselves so that we can get on with the balance of the meeting.
Seconded.
A motion has been moved for a 10-minute adjournment by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Toomey. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Johnston, are you going to continue talking on this report?
Yes, but point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes. Prior to the unnecessary shutdown of the council meeting by Councillor Wines, he indicated that some councillors in the chamber were not calm, including myself. I find those comments offensive and ask that they be withdrawn.
Thank you. I didn't hear your words that you said he said.
Do I need to repeat myself, do I?
Sure.
Are you being deliberately rude as well?
Councillor Johnston, that's
Prior to the unnecessary shutdown of the meeting, Councillor Wines said that councillors, including myself, had not been calm in the meeting. I find these comments offensive and ask that they be withdrawn.
Councillor Johnston, if I can make an observation on the conduct of the meeting over the last half hour, it did get somewhat unruly. I'm asking all councillors to behave themselves, to adhere to the councillor of conduct and to refrain from calling each other names and to stick to the motions before us. At the moment, we're discussing the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report. You had the floor. I ask you to return to that debate, please.
Mr Chairman, I've asked that an offensive comment to myself be withdrawn. Now, you have ignored my request and you have warned me for not withdrawing at your request, yet you won't even ask the councillor to withdraw the offensive remark made about me and others in this place. Why are you doing that?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Wines, Councillor Johnston has taken offence at the implication or imputation that she was one of those councillors in this place that wasn't calm. Will you withdraw that comment?
Happily withdraw.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
I'm just going to put on the record that in any other workplace, if there was a meeting of colleagues and one of them permanently sat with their back to you when you spoke, those persons would no longer be employed. The fact that it's being allowed, apparently that's suitable meeting behaviour.
Councillor Johnston.
That is outrageous.
Councillor Johnston, please resume your seat. Are there any further discussion, debate on this item? Thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'm very happy to rise and speak on item A, the Village Precinct project at Coorparoo. Many of you would know the area. It's just near Coorparoo Square on the corner of Cavendish Road and Old Cleveland Road. So in recent years, this village has become a hive of activity in Coorparoo, and it's a popular place for residents to gather at the weekends and after hours. It's also a popular employment place, so there are a lot of people in this area at all times of the day. I've noticed over the years, though, that the area around Coorparoo Square has started to look a bit daggy, so I was very pleased to have some investment in the streetscape here at Coorparoo. And it's also heavily used by students who attend Coorparoo State School. They access the school via Tarlina Lane. Regularly either going on scooters or walking with their parents, but it's a heavily accessed space. I think the overarching achievement of the project has just been about the increased walkability of the precinct. It's a more pleasant place to visit. It's easier to get around. Certainly I've had lots of positive feedback about the garden beds and the new street trees. I have to say, though, I was initially a little sceptical when the officers came to talk to me about the new pavement on the street, Councillor Allen. I thought, how are we going to achieve this? And this is actually a first in Brisbane, so I was really excited that the officers were able to work with students from the school and a local artist, Chantel Fraser, to come up with the design and the artwork for the street. It's now It's completely transformed the laneway, and I get many parents saying to me that they have so much fun skipping down the laneway to school in the morning with their kids, and that puts a big smile on my face. So, look, I really just wanted to commend the officers and commend all the people in the Coorparoo community who came together to support this project. I think we've got a great outcome for the community. I'm very proud to support it. Thank you.
Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Allen? No? We now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 25th of October 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 25 October 2022 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Last week's presentation was on migratory shorebirds. We learnt that 5 million migratory birds, comprising of 42 species, fly along the East Asian Australasian flyway annually. These birds travel up to 26,000 kilometres and can travel up to 6,000 kilometres over 3 days non-stop, sleeping while flying. Interestingly, between September and April each year, 40,000 of the shorebirds call Moreton Bay home, with Boondall wetlands, Bayside parklands and Tinchitamba wetlands also destinations favoured by the shorebirds. Each year, approximately 11,000 students take part in the Boondall Environment Centre Schools program, with shorebird conservation a key message, teaching children behaviour change by picking up litter, keeping dogs on leash and minimising shorebird disturbance. It was also noted that in 1993, Yatsu Higata tidal flats in Boondall wetlands were declared Ramsar wetlands, and in 1998 a sister wetland agreement was signed between Brisbane City Council and Narashino City Council. Mr Chair, we had two petitions. The first was requesting Council fund a comprehensive upgrade of the Brighton foreshore. The petition noted that the new concept plan for the Brighton foreshore considered elements of the parkland, including pathways, green space, shade trees, lighting, picnic area, amenities and park furniture. Consultation on this plan is due to start in early 2023, and I acknowledge that the federal government has announced that it will provide $5 million towards delivery of this plan, and I look forward to learning when that funding will become available. The second petition was in my own ward and requested that Council install a wildlife shelf in the culvert underneath Beckett Road at McDowell. This is a project that I've been working on with council officers for some time. In order to ensure that the installation of the shelf would stand up during wet weather events, a range of investigations had to be undertaken, including hydraulic investigations. Funds have now been allocated from the McDowell Suburban Enhancement Fund, and I'm pleased that the plans are now underway to install a timber ledge through the culvert to provide safe passage for fauna between habitat on either side of the road. The ledge is expected to be completed by the end of financial year, of course subject to weather and site conditions. And I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you. Is there further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on the petition requesting Council fund a comprehensive upgrade of the Brighton foreshore. 12 long years we've had to wait to see this project come to fruition in my community. It was, of course, originally committed to in 2008 by Council, funded in the 2010-11 budget, and then temporarily put on hold by the LNP until the 2011 flood recovery works were completed. That's a familiar turn of phrase that we're seeing for projects now, like the North Brisbane Bikeway and park upgrades and other community projects that have been temporarily so-called put on hold while flood recovery happens. But 12 years later, with the support of the community out there and our federal member for Lily, Annika Wells, we have seen this $5 million commitment from the federal government, which will fund this project. It is sad that residents have to get a council project, a council parkland funded by the federal Labor government to get something done. It's a big suburb, Brighton, and this is a foreshore area that is frequented by people right across the north side of Brisbane. It's a key destination on the north side of Brisbane. These people for the last 12 years have been paying their rates. They've been seeing significant increases in those bills, the highest this year in a decade. but it takes the federal Labor government to come in and to pick up the pieces when this LNP administration pours all of that money into inner city projects. So I am thrilled that we're going to see this project come to fruition after 12 years of waiting for the LNP to do something about it. But all the thanks, of course, has to go to our federal member, Annika Wells, and the community out there who were never dissuaded after that decade. They continued to put the pressure on the Lord Mayor, well, the three LNP Lord Mayors we've had in that time in this LNP administration to say they demand good value for money from their rates. They're getting it from their taxes now in this project. But I really do want to thank the community and the federal government for stumping up here where the LNP simply wouldn't.
Thank you. Any further debate?
Just
Councillor Cumming.
Very briefly about the shorebirds. They, a lot of them come to Winner Manly Ward, and they're very welcome. We had an area. We had an area adjoining the Royal Queensland Yacht Squadron, which was originally designed to take dredge material from the harbour and put an area and just kept in that area. Well, the birds adopted that as a nesting area, and they're doing very well there. And they're now it's protected by state government authorities, and anything that Royal Queensland wants to do, they have to take into account the birds got to be looked after, which is a good thing. There's a lot of twitchers, I think they call, come to Winner Manly and look out at the birds along the Esplanade area. And the other thing I wanted to put a question up, and you'd probably have to talk to the birds to find the reason for this, is you know, they're flying from the Siberia quite often, and I would have thought there's climates in the northern hemisphere very similar to Brisbane's climate, so they've probably flown over an area about 5,000 kilometres short of where they ended up landing in Winner Manly that would have had a similar climate. So I just want to find out from someone, or find out from the birds, if they tell me why they fly so far. Anyway, thank you.
You want to respond to that, Councillor Davis?
All I can say is I'm unsure.
Is there any further debate? Sorry, before you go, you sum up. Any further debate? No, Councillor Davis.
I thank the councillor for his comments on the shorebirds. I don't have any insight into that. I don't have any birds that I can discuss that matter with. But what I can say, they're clever little things, and anyone that can fly and sleep at the same time is pretty clever. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Marx, City Standards Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 25th of October 2022 be adopted.
Seconded, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Marx and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday 25 October 2022 be adopted. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Every day Council works with schools and local communities to make our city a safe environment for schools, families and carers to travel. Hence the reason we have our school zone safety program, of which we had a committee presentation last week on. We were getting an update from our compliance area about one of the proactive initiatives that we do around keeping children safe around schools. In term 3 this year, what we call the MET, the Mobile Enforcement Technology, was conducted as a trial in 6 schools that were identified through the complaints to the Council's contact centre. This new technology allowed Council to reduce the amount of complaints received from 36 to just 1 for that term. So I'm pleased to report that this technology will allow Council to expand our presence at schools across Brisbane, and the Term 4 program list has been finalised with 52 schools to be proactively patrolled. So Council will continue to seek feedback from each school that participates in the MET trial as the 22-23 program is formulated, and I'd like to thank the committee members for their contribution to the discussion on this topic. As a local councillor, one of 26, you know, this is one of the biggest issues that we have in our ward, dealing with trees and school traffic. It's a fact of life that we all have to deal with, and I'm thankful for the officers for all the work they do in that space. The committee also considered 3 petitions, which are items B, C and D in the committee report. I'm happy to leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Cumming.
Yes, very briefly in relation to items C and D, the opposition believe that the administration could have done better on item C, and that having the matter listed for an upgrade at some stage in the future could mean, you know, people are waiting for many years, 5 or 10 years, and meanwhile suffering the problems they suffer. Likewise, in relation to item D, our reason for this one is, if the area had had the Adams treatment, the council would have bought it. But obviously there was no deputy mayor whose majority was a threat to be dealt with there. But anyhow, sorry. But apart from that, I'd ask that items C and D be dealt with seriatim for voting purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Petition on item C, it was made clear at the questions on notice from last week, which were answered this morning's meeting, that the property in question in this particular street, none of the habitable floor space has been flooded. I would suggest that council officers' priorities are those houses that have habitable floor space being flooded. And as far as item D was concerned, or petition D, the comments that was made just now by the councillor for the Wynnum Manly is completely irrelevant to the petition that was presented at last week's committee meeting. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. We now move to the vote on items A and B in the City Standards Committee report. All in favour of items A and B, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Items C and D. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division's been called by Councillor Cumming and Councillor Strunk. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Ring the bells. Other events. Okay, all right. Yep. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 6 against.
Thank you. Declare items C and D carried. Councillor Howard, Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee report, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 25th of October 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday 25 October 2022 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And just before moving to the report, I would like to congratulate Inaugural Ward on being the successful winner of the 6th Councillor Croquet Cup, which was held on the weekend between the Windsor and the Merthyr Croquet Club. I managed to win it the first year and last year, but I'm afraid that my opponents, which, Mr Chair, you were one of them one year, do a little better than us at some of the fields. But can I just thank both the Windsor and the Merthyr Croquet clubs? We have a great time. They are so proud to show off their facilities, and we really enjoyed the day and get sort of stuck into it, so that was great. I'd also like to recognise that the Lord Mayor and Councillor Mackay are attending a civic reception for the Queensland Show Choir, who are celebrating 150 years. That had to be postponed due to Her Majesty's passing, and so it's fantastic that both the Lord Mayor and Councillor Mackay are there at the moment, wishing them well. I would also like to...
Councillor Johnston, please. Councillor Johnston, enough.
I would also like to update the Chamber on the successes of some of our programming as it relates to the Queensland Seniors Month, which ran throughout October. And across Brisbane, Council programmed nearly 160 events that celebrated seniors and highlighted the valuable contribution they make to our community. Activities included guided walks in our gardens and history and gallery tours, concerts and live entertainment, crafts, outdoor activities and special intergenerational activities for Grandparents' Day on the 30th of October. This is in addition to the hundreds of other programs and events we deliver throughout the year, including our Gold program, Golden Kids library classes, the Lord Mayor's Seniors Christmas parties and the Lord Mayor City Hall concerts and the 50 Plus Centre. I'm pleased to announce that as part of Seniors Month, Council is taking the pledge to join the Every Age Counts coalition to highlight the issue of ageism against older Australians. This coalition is a group of other local governments and organisations around Australia who are positively influencing the way we all think about ageing and older people to ensure that people of all ages can contribute and participate in our communities socially, economically and as full citizens. As a member of Every Age Counts and through a City for Everyone inclusive Brisbane Plan 2019 to 2029, Council will continue to actively work towards social inclusion outcomes to ensure Brisbane is a city where there are opportunities for all. In recognition of the way Council already works towards the inclusion of older people and to highlight Council's commitment to influencing the way the community thinks about ageing, I commit Council to following the Every Age Counts pledge, which is: we stand for a world without ageism, where all people of all ages are valued and respected and their contributions are acknowledged. We commit to speak out and take action to ensure older people can participate on equal terms with others in all aspects of life. Mr Chair, turning to the committee presentation, which was on the Brisbane Living Heritage, and we were joined by the Chair of the Brisbane Living Heritage, Jen Garcia, who provided us with a background and an update on all the fantastic work that Brisbane Living Heritage does to really promote right across Brisbane and the many organisations that are part of Brisbane Living Heritage. So we truly appreciate all of the work they do. We continue to support them, and I will leave debate for the Chamber.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? No further debate? Thank you. We now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cunningham, Finance and City Governance Committee report, please.
Mr Chair, thanks. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 25th of October 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by Councillor Huang that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday 25 October 2022 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Just briefly, our presentation was the net borrowings report for the September quarter, which included an economic update from the Corporate Treasurer, as is usual for our first meeting of the session. We obviously live in challenging times on a number of fronts, and global growth forecasts are being downgraded amid uncertainty around the risk of a global recession. As we have seen for some time now, inflation is our major concern, reaching an average of over 10% across the OECD, and central banks all over the world are rapidly tightening monetary policy. We also had the presentation of the bank and investment reports to committee from August and September, and I'll leave the rest to the Chamber.
Is there any debate? No debate. Now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a petition to protect low-cost housing and historic buildings and reject the development of 210 Gladstone Road, Dutton Park.
Thank you. Any further petitions? No further petitions. May I have a motion, please?
Mr Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the community concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Strunk that the petition as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, general business. Are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? None standing. Are there any matters of general business? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. Two very brief items of general business. General business. One is about birthdays and one's about park namings. To start with, I just want to mention briefly the park naming that took place last week in this chamber, the Richard Martin Place. A gentleman that was born in Melbourne and worked as a junior clerk before enlisting in the army in 1941. Apparently, shortly after he enlisted, he then transferred to the Royal Australian Air Force, a decision that the RSL president mentioned at the opening day continued to mystify him forever. He never understood how Dick made that decision. But anyway, he joined the RSL back in 1980 and undertook numerous active roles within the Board of Management over many years, and he was then appointed a life member of the RSL. And then in 2005 he received the RSL's highest and most prestigious national award, the Meritorious Service Medal, and Dick continued to serve diligently as the Assistant Treasurer of the sub-branch up until the time of his death. There was a couple of things I wanted to mention about this particularly. One was we had one of the council officers who's in charge of the signs and lines out there at the Rock that I mentioned earlier this evening. He was one of the guys that's part of this whole process when we as councillors asked for a park naming and then the history panel and everything like that, but he'd never been to a ceremony where the sign was installed. So he was wrapped. Not only was he acknowledged by myself and the RSL president, but he then got to see just how important his work is to the community as a whole and how much it means to them. The other special thing about Dick that I want to mention is that before his passing, he did the ode on numerous occasions, and before he passed, his actually was recorded. So there's now a recording of him saying the ode that is used at every memorial service since. And I know his daughter Karen is not only proud but also very upset, but gets very, very emotional when she hears her dad's voice. Again, every 2 years, twice a year after he's passed away. The only other thing is I also wanted to take the opportunity to wish my husband a happy birthday for today and my brother-in-law a happy birthday because they're both born on the same day, a year apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Further general business, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to speak about a couple of events that have happened in my ward over the last few weeks. Last weekend we had the Bluefin Fishing Club's 66th annual dinner and trophy presentation, and it was attended by about 180 members and went off very well. If you ever want to see a display of fish for a buffet of fish, I'll tell you, just look at my Facebook page. They first start off with filling up a tinny with shellfish, and then they just keep going. And they've been doing this for years and years and years. So, but really, it was the trophies that were awarded to many members of the fishing club from very young. You know, we had one young lad who was probably about 6 or 7, and he won the biggest trophy. I think the trophy was actually bigger than he was, actually. Anyways, but the trophies, of course, cover all types of fishing that you could do, whether it be deep sea or estuary or and everything in between. Steve Simonis, the president, who's been president for a couple of years now, took over from another president who was a long-serving president, and he's kept the club buoyant. And Peter Perrins, who played actually for basketball for Australia, is the club manager, and he's been there for a number of years now, and he just does a terrific job. It's really one of the most understated clubs in Brisbane in a lot of ways. A lot of people don't know it's there, but honestly, anyone who ever walks into it will always come back because they do a terrific job. It just looks like a small or a medium-sized leagues club, actually. And it's well appointed and well patronized as well. I just want to move on to another, which happened a couple of weekends ago, and we've got a new markets in Forest Lake. They were just kicked off by our Wasp Junior Rugby Union Club on a Friday night. Now, who would have thought? Friday, late afternoon, Friday night on a Friday, a market. But I tell you what, it was well
attended, and it was the first one actually. And there was food trucks there and many other stalls. The ward also had a stall there, and we found that the worm farms are very, very popular, and so we gave a number of the worm farms away to those that were wanting to do a bit of recycling. The Forest Lake State High School students were performing, and there was other musicians as well there. They're going to be held on a monthly basis, basically. The next one is on the 11th of November, and so if you happen to be driving by or driving through Forest Lake on Friday the 11th of November, stop in and say hello, and see if there's something there that you can maybe buy as a Christmas present. And then finally, the Diwali celebrations here in King George Square, just out here. Last week were, again, well attended. It was, honestly, it was elbow room. Great food, great entertainment, all levels of government, whether it be council. There was 3 councillors there. There was many state members and federal members that were there as well. Such is the respect that we all have for our Indian community right around Brisbane. And I just want to thank FICQ again. The last couple of years was a bit tough, of course, with COVID, but GoPO keeps fundraising for this event, and it's a signature event really in Brisbane, and I hope it continues on for the next number of decades as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further general business? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak about inappropriate behaviour. There are 3 instances of what I consider to be disturbing and inappropriate behaviour that have been exhibited towards me by Councillor Mackay over the last few years, and I've not talked about them publicly despite multiple requests by the media to do so. I'm going to put them on the record today because his behaviour is disturbing me and it needs to be publicly on the record. Firstly, just a few weeks after he started as a councillor, he wrote me a foul and unfounded letter making allegations about a Facebook post that is in the public sphere. His allegations were so concerning, I referred them to the CEO. The outcome of that was that the staff member of Councillor Mackay's was counselled about what behaviour to engage in on Facebook. His letter is still shocking to me this day. He'd been a councillor for approximately 3 weeks. It was deliberately designed to make false allegations about me. Secondly, a few years ago while I was walking to the car park in downstairs, and I was walking out with a number of other councillors. With 3 other councillors, I passed Councillor Marks and Councillor Mackay and walked to my car. When I loaded my belongings into my car, I didn't notice, but Councillor Cassidy noticed Councillor Mackay taking photos of me in the car park downstairs in King George Square. I found that to be extremely upsetting and very disturbing. It is not safe or appropriate behaviour towards a female colleague late at night in a car park. And I'm forever thankful to Councillor Cassidy for calling him out on this. Despite these actions by Councillor Mackay, he then blamed us again for his behaviour, which was just outrageous and appalling. It's not appropriate to take photos of a colleague in a car park. They were unwanted photos, they were inappropriate, and it still is disturbing to me today that that matter was never dealt with. Finally today, and this has been going on for weeks, if not months, Councillor Mackay deliberately turns his chair and sits with his back to me when I speak in this chamber. To most people, this may be a small or immature action, but to me, this is part of an ongoing pattern of behaviour by Councillor Mackay towards me that is disturbing, weird and inappropriate. I note that when I put this matter on the record earlier today, 2 things happened. Well, 3 in fact. One, I was warned, and my behaviour has been noted in the minute, for calling out the rude and misogynistic behaviour of Councillor Mackay and his actions towards me in this council chamber. 2, Councillor Wines stood up and claimed that councillors weren't calm in the chamber when there clearly was. There was disagreement, but certainly not unrest, and made allegations which are trying to imply, as the LNP has been doing for many, many years, Councillor Adams has repeatedly done it this year and other councillors, that I am engaging in poor behaviour. Thirdly, Councillor Mackay stood up and repeatedly called me a bully tonight. I've done nothing to Councillor Mackay, and the outcome of tonight's behaviour by Councillor Mackay is that I have been warned by the Chair, Councillor David McLaughlin, and I have been noted in the council minutes. What the LNP then do with that, like Councillor Wines has done, is make a complaint to the OIA about me. This is inappropriate behaviour by Councillor James Mackay. I am offended in the extreme about the photos that happened a few years ago, and the fact that council, it still troubles me today. So when I stand up in this place and I say this behaviour is unusual, it is disturbing, and I don't appreciate it, it is because he has a track record and a pattern of engaging in disturbing and unusual behaviour towards me. I am putting it on the record today. I will not accept any kind of reprimand from Councillor McLaughlin regarding this matter, because what has been going on for the last few years has been incredibly distressing to me, inappropriate, and the fact that someone like Councillor Howard has to stand up in here and make excuses for Councillor Mackay not being present. His computer and all his stuff is here, so he was clearly intending to come back and has been shepherded away. It is not appropriate that the LNP councillors in this place continue to cover up this behaviour when the inappropriate behaviour being engaged in is being done by a member of the LNP towards me.
Any further general business? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to rise quickly to thank my local Lions Club, the Camp Hill Carindale Lions, for an amazing effort over the weekend. We held spectacular Saturday at the Murray Recreation Reserve, and about 3,500 residents from the eastern suburbs came to the reserve all dressed up, and it was so wonderful to see the kids and the energy, and we had some great comments since. I think the parents were very happy. They organised Revel Brewing with their craft beers down there, and we had a few parents commenting, thank you for thinking about us. So no worries, parents. But honestly, I just wanted to put on the record how grateful I am. They organised such a wonderful event for our community, and I look forward to organising that in 2023 with them once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further general business? Councillor Cumming.
I'll be very quick again. Thanks for that. It prompted me to talk about the Halloween festival in Wynnum this year. First time it's been held. In previous years it's been held in Manly, and it became a very big event. The Manly Chamber of Commerce, who organised the event over the years, decided that this year that they're going for a Christmas lights competition in the Manly Boat Harbour, which I think will be a great event. It'll be a real Christmas attraction for locals and for visitors to the area. So the Wynnum Chamber said, well, what about we take over the Halloween? I said, a great idea. I don't know if the Manly people were that much in favour, but and it went very well. It was very well organised, and a credit to them for the first year to attract so many people. I don't know how many people. There were thousands there, but there was a great march, and a lot of people hung around there. We had lots of food vans and everything, which were extremely busy. Local shops, a lot of them stayed open. They were extremely busy, and it was a great event for Wynnum Manly, and it was funded primarily by 2 grants that we hadn't used in recent years from council, totalling around $10,000. The overhead's considerable for this type of event, and I think congratulations to the Wynnum Chamber, which is only fairly newly formed in last year or two, for organising such a great event at such short notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers, general business. Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks. It's times like this I really wish we hadn't started 90 minutes late. Hey, just wanted to speak briefly on the Victoria Park draft master plan, and in particularly about the fact that this master plan still includes a huge amount of car parking, and that quite a few residents have raised concerns with me about the master plan. obviously very excited about the golf course becoming public parkland. I think that's a really good step forward for the city, and I think there's a lot of good stuff in the master plan. But I made a submission. I just did want to highlight again, though, that when you look at this master plan, this draft master plan, almost the entire northwest corner of the park has been set aside for car parking. There's a huge amount of car parking within the public park. And I understand that the council administration wants to ensure that people from across the city will be able to travel in and enjoy Victoria Park. I get that. But the reality is that even if you put 2,000 or 3,000 car parks in this park, it would never be enough for all the people who want to visit this amazing public park over the coming years. There's going to be so much demand to visit this place. And I can say with confidence, having seen how South Bank works in my ward, the vast majority of people who travel to South Bank Parklands are not driving there. They're travelling by public transport in one mode or another. And the same is true, or should be true, for Brisbane or Victoria Park, because it's on a busway. There's multiple bus stations that serve different sides of the park, and on the southeast corner of the park, near the Centenary Pool, it's also a reasonably short walk to the exhibition ground and Fortitude Valley train stations. So there's actually pretty good public transport, mass transit options around the edge of the park. The great sadness I have is that the council seems to be keen on putting a lot more parking, even more parking than is currently in the park, onto that site, which will take away a lot of useful public green space. We're talking about millions and millions of dollars worth of inner city public green space that the council just wants to use for car storage. B, it's going to generate a lot more traffic into the surrounding precinct. So I think there's close to 1,000 car parks in the draft master plan. That's thousands of, over the course of a day, with multiple people coming and going from the park, that's going to be thousands of additional motor vehicles movements around the hospital precinct, around the major arterials that surround this park. This is a very, very busy area. Any councillor who looks at how that area functions in busy periods, not just on the peak periods in the evenings, but also on the weekends, can see that introducing more car movements into that precinct is going to cause a lot of congestion. But perhaps even more relevantly is that this car parking is not actually going to be used by people who are visiting the park. It's going to be used by people who are going to the hospital just over the road. And the council hasn't, at least in the master planning documents, hasn't presented any clear information explaining why it won't just be turned into hospital overflow car parking. So I'm not dogmatic about this. I acknowledge that there's value in having some car parking in Victoria Park, Brisbane. I just think there's way too much. And what I want to emphasise with the administration is that car parks are really expensive to build as compared to the other things you might use that green space for. If the administration is intent on proceeding with the multi-storey car park, that's going to be a multi-million-dollar project just to store some cars in the park, when the council's own transport strategy says that it's supposed to be encouraging public transport, particularly to access inner city destinations like this one. The other thing that I find quite sad about the preponderance of parking in the park is that it's closing off opportunities to expand I think it's the Murray Spinaz, I might have got the pronunciation wrong, but the Murray Spinaz bushland area in the northern end of the park, that's mapped as ecologically significant habitat. It's on the biodiversity overlay as being meriting protection. And there's a really great opportunity with this vision to expand that bushland area, to significantly expand it, plant out more trees, create a stronger, more cohesive wildlife corridor along that northern section of the park. But what the council is proposing is to expand the car parking so that there'll be, looking at the plan, a multi-storey car park right next to that ecologically significant bushland. That's not a good use of limited space. I note some residents have also raised concerns about the positioning of the pump track and the skate park, and I do tend to agree with those concerns about the location. I disagree with the residents when they say we don't need a pump track and skate park in the park. I think it would be great to have those facilities, but I think the location that the council has proposed is wrong. One of the reasons it's wrong is that it's very close to that bushland area, and again, rather than putting in a pump track and skate park there, I think it would be better to set aside that area for expanded bushland. The other reason I think it's wrong is that the council wants to put another 15-bay car park right up in the top northwest corner exclusively for the pump track. And so there's a lot of extra money and a lot of extra space just going for those 15 parking bays. And I say to Councillor Davis and to the other relevant chairs, for inner city residents, if your kid is going to use the local pump track to ride their bike around, you're not driving them there. It might be different out in the suburbs, but in an inner city area like Hurston, for example, where traffic is so bad on weekdays and is pretty shocking on weekends too, parents aren't going to say, oh, let's drive 500 metres or a kilometre to get to this pump track. They're going to say, hey, let's walk or ride. That's how people from the local area are going to travel to use those local facilities. And to be honest, I think people from further afield who want to use a pump track are going to go to some of the other excellent suburban facilities rather than driving all the way into the inner city for their kids to ride around a pump track. So I think the council officers are wrong to say that they need parking to cater for the pump track. I think the predominant use case for that facility is from the local area, and that the locals will be able to walk, ride or catch public transport to those facilities. Just in terms of the skate park, I've made these comments in my submission as well, but I wanted to reiterate that I really think the skate park should go on the southeastern side of the park, down near the Centenary Pool. That would put the skate park much closer to New Farm and Fortitude Valley. Those are young neighbourhoods with a lot of teenagers and young adults that aren't currently served by a skate park. And if you put it down in that side, it will be further away from residential properties. So you'll be able to have a proper, decently sized skate park. Whereas the current facility, it's called a multi-purpose skatable facility with skatable elements, I think. It's not a proper skate park anyway. And it's right across from some residential homes. So the council is inviting conflict with nearby residents and attracting more opposition to the master plan overall. But it's not even delivering a high-quality skate park. So to the relevant chairs and councillors, I do encourage you to have a read of the submission I've sent through. At the very least, please scale back the car parking. We need more canopy cover in the inner city. We need more space for trees and wildlife. We've got the metro, we've got all these great public transport services surrounding the park. We don't need people to be driving to this park. We don't generally expect the majority of people to drive to South Bank Parklands or to Roma Street Parklands. We expect people to get public transport, and the same should be true for Victoria Park. So let's save that money. Let's not spend it on bitumen. Let's put it towards actual green space improvements instead. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further speakers in general business? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. I would just quickly like to rise and just say a few words about the Blackwood Street Halloween Festival. I want to extend my thanks to the Lord Mayor and Councillor Howard for helping fund this event. It's not in my ward, it's in Councillor Wines' ward, and regulars there are Councillor Davis and Councillor Wines, and I was invited to attend this year, and quite frankly, I am really glad that I did. The whole team was on theme. We were almost a whole baseball team there on our own. We were representing a league of their own, and I'd have to say the whole festival was absolutely outstanding. I'd like to thank the volunteers, the Rotary volunteers who actually put on the day. The bands were outstanding, the displays on the kids, so many happy kids running around that street, wouldn't you agree, Councillor Davis, that were just overjoyed with the whole festival. It was great to see the community out and about, and I want to thank Councillor Davis and Councillor Wines for the invitation, and hope to do it again next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers of general business? No. All right, councillors, we now move on to the adjourned motion. It was moved by Councillor Sri Ranganathan, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Councillor Sri Ranganathan, would you like to move your motion, please?
I think I've already moved the motion, Chair.
You have, but for the benefit of the room.
All right. I move that Brisbane City Council resolves to start the process of amending city plan and other relevant documents in order to limit all new residential, mixed-use, industrial and commercial development proposals on land that is mapped under Brisbane River flood planning areas 1, 2A, 2B and 3 within the flood overlay. These changes should be drafted so as not to limit development applications that seek to renovate or raise existing buildings in order to improve flood resilience.
Okay, that's already been seconded. Okay, your debate.
Thanks. I'm just watching the time.
Yep, no, we'll start that at 0 again. Okay.
I don't think it would come as a surprise to many councillors in this chamber that I'm concerned that Brisbane City Council continues to approve so many developments on land that's highly vulnerable to flooding. Just after the February 2022 floods, we saw a new development application lodged at 10 Karilpa Street. This is a site that was under 5.5 metres of water at the end of February. The lower part of the site is only about 40 centimetres above sea level. So it's very, very flood prone. The developers have proposed to put in 78 apartments with 2 levels of basement car parking on this site. So it's mapped as part of flood planning areas 2A and 2B, but Brisbane City Council's current assessment processes do not even require a flood risk assessment. That's sort of the lowest bar, really. It's a flood risk assessment should say, hey, during a flood, your entire apartment is going to be surrounded by floodwaters. What do you do? But we're not even requiring that. The development assessment process also isn't requiring the developers to provide any kind of civil engineering hydrological analysis to ensure that the building won't be negatively impacted by that 5.5 metres of flooding. So some councillors will be familiar with the concerns about hydrostatic pressure, where even if the water, if there's no obvious ingress point for water into a building or a basement car park, if there's enough water pressure building up outside, that can burst through the walls and we can have subterranean flooding. And we've seen that with a couple of apartment developments in my area back in February. But Brisbane City Council is not even requiring the developer to prove or to demonstrate in any way that their building will be able to resist that floodwater pressure when we know that the building went under 5.5 metres of flooding just back in February. What the council has said, or it seems to be the case based on the notes from the pre-lodgement meeting, is that because the driveway of the development is above the predicted flood levels, they don't need to do any other kind of flood risk assessment and they don't need to do any kind of hydrological modelling. So here we have an example of a recently lodged development application where it's been lodged after the most recent floods that has no flood mitigation planning at all. So there's no limits being placed on this thing other than to say, hey, your driveway needs to be above the flood level. It's very concerning to me that the council is being so blasé about this stuff. The motion I brought to the chamber today is seeking to prevent developments of that kind continually being approved in this city. And the original motion that I brought forward said Brisbane City Council resolves to prevent all new residential developments, etc. And the council administration took issue with that term prevent. I think their legal advice was wrong. I think the council does have enough power to prevent developments in these areas, but we just have to get a little bit creative about how we do it. One of the ways we can prevent development on extremely flood-prone land is simply to buy that land for parkland. So rezone it in the city plan as future parkland, identify it on the LGIP if necessary, designate it for green space or for community facilities, acquire it, and that way we can stop private development occurring on those sites. So it actually is well within the power of the City Council to prevent development, and I think the lawyers that Councillor McLaughlin or his team got advice from are wrong, and I welcome the opportunity to chat to them if they're interested. I think their legal interpretation of how the planning regulations interact with city plan and the council's powers is completely off. But nevertheless, we're here now discussing whether the council should limit new development. And the Mayor's comments earlier, he was correct in one respect in that there are some very weak limits placed on some kinds of residential development in particular, but there are almost no limits placed on industrial and commercial and mixed-use developments, particularly within flood planning area 3 of the flood overlay. So there are some slightly tighter limits on flood planning areas 1 and 2, but there's virtually no limitations placed on what can be delivered and built in floodplain in Area 3, which is a pretty significant chunk of the floodplain. So supporting this motion would essentially amount to an acknowledgement that we need to tighten things up. Supporting this motion is not to say that we're doing enough and that the status quo is sufficient, because there are no functional limits on a lot of development on the floodplain. The codes, in terms of the flood overlay code, are very permissive. They don't even require developers to avoid or design around risk. They just require developers to minimise risk. So there's an acknowledgement there that there will be still some significant risk from flooding, or some risk of a level of significance that's worth mentioning. So basically the very weak limits that we have in place are nowhere near sufficient to reduce the risk of flooding currently. But on top of all that, we have to remember that global warming means that flooding risks will become more severe and more frequent. That's what the scientists are telling us. That's what the experts are saying. Flooding will get worse in Brisbane over coming decades. So in that context, if we recognise that flooding is going to get worse than it is now, how can we, in good conscience, continue to allow more development on flood-prone land? It is utter madness. Now, the obvious response from the LNP administration, and indeed from perhaps some people in the Labor Party at the state level, is that if we prevent development in these areas, if we don't allow any new development on floodplain in areas 1, 2 and 3, where are all the houses we need going to go? And the reality, and I've spent the time looking at this, I've done my homework, I've looked at the yield potentials and the density levels across the city. The reality is that there are hundreds of thousands of potential dwellings that can be delivered according to current zoning in the city plan without building a single new dwelling on flood-prone land. So you can drive along most of the major corridors in the city, corridors like Ipswich Road, Gympie Road and Lutwich Road, even parts of Sandgate Road around Nunda. There are many, many, many sites that have already been zoned for higher density development. In some cases townhouses, in some cases mixed use, in some cases high rise. There are hundreds of sites across our city that are not vulnerable to flooding, that are already zoned for higher density development, but where developers are not currently building. Why aren't the developers building there? Why, if this land is zoned for high density development, don't they want to build on the main road, near the public transport, near the shops and facilities? The answer is that they're building on the cheap, crappy land down at the bottom of the hill. It is cheaper and more profitable for developers to buy the old warehouse down near the creek or down near the river and build there, rather than building on the high ground, because the high ground is more expensive, and also sometimes because the high ground has been subdivided more, so there are more small parcels, and it's a little bit more complex to amalgamate a site that you can develop on. So the problem we have is that basically the council is allowing new development everywhere. It's allowing new development on the high ground, on the main roads and near the shops, and it's allowing new development down on the flood-prone land. And because the council allows new development everywhere, developers build on the cheap land that's flood-prone, and they don't have to deal with the costs long-term. They don't have to deal with the escalating flood insurance costs. They don't have to deal with the clean-up costs. They don't have to deal with the building maintenance costs and all the difficulties that body corporates and residents have in navigating those processes. The developers, they make their money and then they piss off, and they leave the residents and the future administration of the city to deal with the mess. And that's what our council is allowing right now. But instead, if we were to prevent or strictly limit development on those flood-prone areas, the developers would have a stronger incentive, because they wouldn't have any alternatives, to build in the places that we actually want them to build, up on the high ground. It's a matter of common sense. So it is a lie when councillors stand up, or when politicians stand up and say, oh, if we stop them building on the floodplain, they won't be able to, where will all the houses go? There won't be enough room for housing. There's plenty of room for housing. Look at the zoning maps, look at the neighbourhood plans. We have already, this council administration has already rezoned entire neighbourhoods and precincts for higher density development. There is ample land available for new development in this city without building a single additional dwelling down on the floodplain. And the same is true for commercial and industrial developments. I think the city has been particularly negligent in saying, oh look, we'll be a little bit tighter about dwellings, but if it's a non-habitable area, or if it's a shop or whatever, that's fine down on the floodplain. That's silly. Shops still experience damage from flooding.
Sorry.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Earlier this afternoon, on several occasions, Councillor Mackay called me a bully, and I would ask that that is withdrawn. I find it offensive.
Councillor Johnston, that's not an appropriate point of order at this point. Oh, is it really? Okay. Councillor Mackay, offence has been taken at words you used in regard to Councillor Johnston earlier in the evening. Will you withdraw those words?
Chair, this puts me in a very difficult position. I've made my position clear on multiple times that I don't appreciate the way that I'm treated, and I've made it pretty clear that I felt bullied and unsafe in my workplace, and it's 2022. And now Councillor Sri Ranganathan's laughing at me.
Point of order,
Point of
Mr.
order
Chair.
to you, Councillor Howard.
Mr. Chair, earlier in the evening, in the day, Councillor Johnston used the word misogynist. I take great offence to that word, and I ask that she withdraw it.
Okay.
Firstly, Mr. Chairman, I've made a point of order, and you are required under the meeting's local law to address that point of order. Councillor Mackay has refused to withdraw, and I presume you will now take the appropriate action to warn him and note his behaviour for failing to withdraw at your direction in the minutes, as you did to me earlier today.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor Mackay, I asked you to withdraw words. If you're choosing not to, that will be noted in the meeting minutes.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Mackay.
I appreciate that. I can't withdraw those comments, so I ask that you treat me the same way that you treated Councillor Johnston before.
Okay. Councillor Mackay, as you continue to not comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(8), the meeting's local law, I make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. Councillor Howard, Councillor Johnston, Councillor Howard raised an issue of concern about language you used as well. Councillor Howard has taken offence to those words. Will you withdraw those words?
No, I will not.
Okay. Yes. So, Councillor. Yeah. So, Councillor Johnston, you continue to fail to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(8) of the meeting's local law. I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. Councillor Sri Ranganathan, you had
52 seconds
left for your debate.
Yeah, back to the serious issue of flooding in our city and the fact that we are creating a severe and increasing risk for residents and future generations to deal with. The motion, I think, is relatively straightforward and speaks for itself. I do note that the motion isn't intended to limit development applications that would improve flood resilience for existing properties. But I think even the Prime Minister of Australia has now said that we've got to stop building on floodplains. And it is clear to me that the council could be doing more to limit development on the floodplain. So I urge all councillors to support this motion. I think it would be a great shame and a great error if this city continued to allow development on such low-lying land.
Further debate. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the motion that's been put forward today. When I first started at council in 2008, council did restrict building in known flood-prone areas. It's only when Campbell Newman came in about 2009 that changes were made and Brisbane City Council started allowing development in flood-prone areas. As a result of the LNP's city planning scheme, and it's their planning scheme, they pushed the city plan through in 2014 and many other changes. There has been misery heaped on the people of Brisbane where development has happened in flood-prone areas. In my ward, many parts of the residential community are in known flood-prone areas near Oxley Creek, near the Brisbane River, or certainly in overland flow areas. Council's response to development in flood-prone areas has been completely inadequate. They allow development to happen. They allow fill to be placed on blocks, causing misery to adjoining landowners when the water runs off onto their blocks, and council will do nothing to assist those residents who are on lower blocks. In addition, council refuses to enforce its own planning scheme. The planning scheme specifically says that vulnerable users should have direct vehicle access where they're in flood-prone areas. It also states that critical venues should have routes for evacuation. Now, in my ward, council has allowed multiple stages of a retirement village and a nursing home after 2011, knowing that there is no road access. The road has a 1 in 20-year flood impact, so the road goes under and there is no evacuation point for the vulnerable residents of the nursing home or the retirement village to escape. The city plan also goes on to say that there should be easily discernible evacuation routes for residents that should not require an undue burden upon emergency services. Now, the 400 plus residents of the retirement village and the nursing home in Yeronga had to wait 2 days for the army and the police to come and evacuate them by boat. Elderly people stuck with no power needing evacuation. All of this has occurred because the LNP administration approved a retirement village being built in a flood-prone area with no road access and very limited access generally in the event of a flood. Now, the retirement village is located in an area that is zoned 2A, 2B and 3. It is inappropriate that council continues to allow vulnerable uses such as this to be built in known flood-prone areas. Unfortunately, Brisbane City Council is indicating that it is continuing to do this, even in its most recent industrial strategy, where it is now seemingly going to allow mixed-use development in known flooding areas, also in Yeronga. I fear that they will never learn the lessons from the expense and the disruption that happens in Brisbane when flooding occurs. It is distressing to see it happening time after time after time to residents in Brisbane. No longer is the way the LNP administering city plan appropriate for this city. There must be a different approach. There are parts of this city that should never have been built on, and certainly council is not alone in the problematic way in which it is dealing with development on flood-prone land. In my ward, it is often being done by the state government as well, for example, at the Yurongpilly Todd site called Yurongpilly Green. In my ward as well, just to give you another example, the Tennyson Reach development, which council approved back in 2007 before I was a councillor, but was built after I became a councillor. It was supposed to be above the flood line. It flooded very badly in 2011, including into the habitable areas, and in 2022 the basements flooded yet again. Also in my ward, the redevelopment of the RSPCA site, which our community overwhelmingly opposed. Hundreds and hundreds of residents opposed the redevelopment of that site. I opposed it for 3 reasons: traffic, flooding and overdevelopment on the site. In February this year, the site flooded. The alleged waterproof basement was not waterproof, and everybody lost their stored items, their cars and their belongings in the basements. And this has become an ongoing problem because council is allowing sub-ground level basements to be built in flood-prone areas. And the residents believe, because council has approved the development, that they will be safe from flooding, and that is clearly not the case. It is clear to me that council needs a change. The motion that Councillor Shree's put forward certainly recognises that people who already live in these areas that flood should be allowed to raise their houses where possible and to redesign their houses where possible. Certainly, I would hope that buyback is an option for many of these people. The Lord Mayor seems to be proud of the fact that 3 houses in Oxley have been bought back, 2 in Fairfield and 2 in Sherwood. That is 7 houses out of about 3,000 in my ward that flooded, and probably half of those were pretty catastrophic with habitable floor. So 7 out of 1,500 is not a good strike rate. If these houses are not going to be bought back by any level of government, and I note that this council has refused to fund any kind of buyback this year, this council is still refusing to fund the Home Resilient program for applications in my ward. Again, that seems to be limited to a few wards and it's not available to the whole city, despite former Chief Justice Paul de Jersey's recommendation that it is so. So we're left with a council that continues to approve development in flood-prone areas. Yes, council requires your habitable floor level to be above the 2011 flood line in my ward, but your house is then stranded for up to a week with no power. You can't get in and out. There is no road access. I don't think council understands, or councillors particularly who don't live in these areas, understand the sheer impact and distress that it causes to residents to their homes. I've got so many residents who are living upstairs and they can't use downstairs. I've got people living in awful conditions in my ward at the moment. I don't want to see this type of inappropriate development on floodplains continuing. Now, Brisbane City Council they say they can mitigate the impacts of flooding by requiring an engineer to verify that there is appropriate flood immunity that can be achieved. That's one of the criteria for development. Council does not independently verify this information. They simply accept the advice of developers and their paid experts to provide that information. As a result, we are then left with residents who live in high-rise, like at Tennyson Reach, who have to take legal action against the developer and the experts when flooding does occur. This is also not a good way to run the city. And Brisbane City Council seems to think that it has no responsibility in this area. It has no obligation to ensure that people can live safely in their community, not at extraordinary cost, not having to go to court to protect themselves from flood nuisance or nuisance from flooding that council has approved. And the only other thing I'd mention now is that it is becoming unaffordable for residents to insure their homes in parts of my ward. Residents have told me that they were paying $10,000 a year for insurance last year, and their newest quote is for $14,000 a year for insurance. Now, these are not fancy homes. Brisbane City Council must accept responsibility and change the way that they assess and allow development in known flood-prone areas. Failure to act will continue to cause distress, expense and unnecessary pain to residents who live in flood-prone areas. Council should not be allowing development in some parts of this city.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Further speakers. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Under the Queensland Government legislation, specifically the Planning Act 2016 and the Planning Regulation 2017, Council cannot prohibit development in flood-prone areas. However, the City Plan 2014 Flood Overlay Code ensures that any development in areas such as those that were inundated in the 2022 floods incorporates appropriate mitigation measures. All development applications within an identified level of flood risk are assessed by Council's hydraulic engineers and assessment teams to ensure appropriate restrictions applied to the relevant flood risk. Where development is permitted within mapped flood-prone areas, requirements such as minimum floor levels and/or undercrofts and/or flood-resilient materials may be imposed as a condition of approval. Brisbane City Council City Plan 2014 currently includes provisions relating to flood mitigation and protection for development within flood-prone areas of the city. Importantly, Council City Plan Online identifies those areas likely to experience flooding from different sources, including Brisbane River, creek or waterway and overland flow, and applies a risk-based approach. So to summarise, we already have and are using mechanisms within City Plan and relevant documents to adapt to changing conditions such as flooding. So there is no requirement to start, rather we will continue with the options and mechanisms that are already available to us. We have an ability to condition developments and limit development in flood-prone areas and are already doing this. We continue to operate under City Plan based on the best available flood data, research, engineering and hydraulic advice. But managing development in Brisbane is about managing, not prohibiting or unreasonably limiting it. As I have stated earlier, only the state can prohibit development. Mr Chair, in light of the comments I've made, I would like to move the following amendments to the motion. I have those available.
Okay.
The amendments, Mr Chair, after the words resolves to, add in accordance with requirements of state government legislation.
Can you give me a copy, Billy?
And remove the word start and insert the word continue.
Seconded.
Thank you. So an amendment has been moved to the motion. I have it as Brisbane City Council resolves to, in accordance with the requirement of state government legislation, continue the process of amending City Plan and other relevant documents in order to limit all new residential, mixed-use, industrial and commercial development proposals on land that is mapped under Brisbane River flood planning areas 1, 2A, 2B and 3 within the flood overlay. These changes should be drafted so as to not limit development applications that seek to renovate or raise existing buildings in order to improve flood resilience. I don't believe that changes the substantive original motion. It's just an amendment that seems to me to acknowledge that the limit that Councillor Sri wants to impose or suggest is in accord with the requirements of state government legislation.
Point of order, Chair. Before I speak to the amendment, I do have a point of order, which is that I do think this fundamentally changes the intent of the motion, because the intent of the motion is to introduce something new. It uses the word start. It says we want to add additional requirements, whereas this motion changes that to continue and is proposing to, it's implying that nothing needs to change. So I think it is substantively different. I know they've only changed one or two words, but it has substantially changed the meaning. So do you need to seek advice on that?
No, I've made a ruling. Thank you. We'll vote on the new motion. All in favour?
Wait on. I'll speak to the amendment then.
Sure.
Are you speaking to it? Because you've just moved it.
So we now... sorry, has the amendment been seconded? Yes. It has been seconded. Okay, so that is the new amended motion. Do you want me to read it again, or is it as I just read it? Councillor Allen, do you want to speak to the amended motion?
No, we're speaking to the amendment.
So?
We haven't accepted the amendment.
Okay, so we're debating the amendment to the motion, yes.
Yeah. We're debating whether to amend.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Look, I must say I was a little bit heartbroken then to hear Councillor Allen describe what the city's been doing over the last few years as adequate, or suggest that we're already imposing sufficient limits. And Councillor Allen, I appeal to you through the chair, to your good heart. I know you've got a good heart in there, and I know you want to do the right thing for the future of the city. And what I'm telling you, as someone who has paid a lot of attention to the kinds of developments that are getting approved, and has paid a lot of attention to how flooding impacts my ward, I'm telling you, honestly, that what the council is doing at the moment is not good enough. The limits you are imposing are far too weak. I don't think you are really imposing limits. I've seen what you guys have approved over the past few years. It's setting residents up for harm. We had a whole bunch of developments approved in the last few years around West End that the developers said were flood resilient. The developers said, don't worry, it's fine. We've got water pumps in the basements. We've got escape routes mapped. Guess what? The water pumps stopped working as soon as the power went out, and the escape routes were vulnerable to flooding themselves. So people couldn't follow the escape routes that the developers had provided. Thousands of residents had lost belongings and possessions that were stored in basement car parks. They lost cars that were stored in basement car parks. And these were buildings that were built after 2011 in accordance with the council's latest standards. I'm not talking about old houses that were built before 1974. I'm talking about new build apartments that this administration has approved in the last few years that proved to be extremely vulnerable to flooding and were severely negatively impacted. So to bring an amendment to this motion that implies that what the council is doing is sufficient, that says, oh, yeah, we're already applying limits, don't worry, is detached from reality. It is delusional. And Councillor Allen, I just implore you to listen to common sense here. This is not about party politics. This is not about trying to score points off the LNP. I'm raising this issue because I'm deeply concerned about the future of our city. I'm concerned for the welfare of the people who will end up living in these areas. The stories I heard of people with impaired mobility who are trapped in their apartments who couldn't get down the stairwells because the lifts were off. People who lost really cherished possessions. People who had to live in poorly ventilated apartments for several days without air conditioning, without any kind of airflow because the apartments have been designed without balconies and openable windows, little hot boxes, concrete hot boxes. People living in really uncomfortable and I would argue unsafe conditions because of what your administration has improved. There were mountains of garbage. Actually, no, I'll rephrase that. I don't want to use hyperbole. They weren't mountains, they were hills. They're big hills of garbage, infested with rodents, infested with rats, because the council garbage trucks couldn't get into the basement loading dock areas where the garbage is collected. The council administration's response was to put out 8 to 10 wheelie bins to collect the food waste from about 4,000 apartments. 10 wheelie bins for 4,000 apartments, probably not enough. We had a serious health and safety issue in West End as a result of new apartments that had lost power, that had had their basements flooded, that had had access routes to and from the buildings cut. And what you seem to be saying is that that's all fine, that that's all acceptable, that you don't have to change anything about the way you've been limiting development on the floodplain because what you've been doing over the last few years is sufficient. And that to me is terrifying. And I know there's a little bit of an irony here because I live on a houseboat and I'm saying I don't want people living on the floodplain. But at least a boat floats, right? Like, these apartments don't float. The people on these in these homes are cut off. They don't have solar power. They don't have rainwater collection. They don't have resilient off-grid systems to survive prolonged periods of inundation. And people are still traumatised from this stuff. It's like, what, November now? I still have people, every time there's a storm predicted, people get nervous because they know that the building they live in is not flood resilient. They know that the building they live in is not able to withstand flooding. And so when Councillor Allen stands up and says, oh, we're already requiring developers to have safeguards, we're already requiring hydrological assessments, I say quite clearly, Councillor Allen is lying. It is a barefaced lie. And I know it is a lie because I've read the documents and I've seen what's been built and it's not safe. It's not good enough. This is not about like luxury tokenistic stuff. This is not about like nice to have features. This is about the fundamental question of whether these buildings are safe to inhabit during flooding. about whether they can withstand serious natural disasters in a context where we know there's going to be more flooding in the future. And the evidence on the ground is very clear that we're not ready for this. And so I don't know who's advising you, Councillor Allen. I assume you've come to these conclusions based on the advice of city planning experts, of urban planners, of engineers who are telling you that what's happening is good enough. I assume that's what's going on here. But they're wrong. They're wrong, and I've seen how bad the flooding impacts are. And I'm just so frustrated and so deeply troubled that the council administration seems incapable of acknowledging this basic truth, that flooding is impacting developments and housing areas that have been approved under the latest standards. So yes, it's easy for the council to say, oh, there are some old homes and they haven't been raised and they've been flood affected, and that's a shame, but don't worry, we've got more rigorous standards now. And what I'm saying to you is that I represent an area where people have been living in new builds, apartments that are only a few years old, that have been built according to those supposedly more rigorous standards. And they're still not flood resilient. It's really basic stuff. There was one apartment where the developer's flood risk response, they have what they call flood planks. And someone, it's not clear who, someone is meant to put the flood planks across the driveway entrances to stop the floodwater running down the driveway. And there's no clear responsibility for whether that's the building manager or the body corporate or some random resident. But someone apparently is meant to install, temporarily put these flood planks across the driveway to stop the water going into the basement car park and flooding hundreds of cars. Guess where the flood planks were stored? Down in the basement. And the basement flooded from the sewage drain manhole popping open long before the water was at street level. So the basement was already filling up with sewerage before anyone had a chance to get the flood planks out. And this is in a new build. So Councillor Allen, I know this my original motion is not going to get up today, but please just do me one favour. Go back and look at the assessment report for number 10 Carilpa Street. It is manifestly inadequate. This is a development application that's been lodged after the February 22 floods, where the council is still not requiring proper hydrological assessments, where the council is still not requiring a flood risk assessment, where they're allowing 78 apartments and 2 levels of basement car parking on a site that is 40 centimetres above sea level and that was under 5.5 metres of water just at the start of this year. It is madness. And for this council to just say, oh, we'll just continue with what we're doing, is deranged. And I don't know how much more evidence the council needs. We've seen the insurance bills, we've seen the damage costs, we've seen how costly these floods are. The evidence is there in the council's own budgets. And the costs rise the more people we introduce into these low-lying areas. The more development you put on the floodplain, the more vulnerability you create, the more council assets there are that get damaged and that need to be cleaned. It just gets worse and worse. And you're making it worse and worse by approving more of these developments. So I implore you to listen to common sense and make some changes. That's all I'm asking. I haven't suggested that council should ban or prevent development on floodplain in areas 4 and 5. Those are the areas that do flood a bit in really severe circumstances, but they're not as vulnerable to flooding. I'm talking about the areas that are most vulnerable to flooding, floodplain in areas 1 to 3. Those are the areas where the water gets deep, where the water runs fast, where the water is so strong that it can punch a hole in the side of a building. These are the areas where we should not be putting new buildings. We should be setting them aside as public parkland, as sports fields, as grassy open spaces that can soak up rainwater, rather than creating more vulnerability and introducing more risk to our city.
Further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Maddock on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I rise to speak in support of the amendment, and I do so because this amendment is actually reflective of the reality of where the planning scheme is and where council's role is, as opposed to the unreality of the previous motion, which is completely bereft of an understanding of the planning scheme, the relevance of the local government authority and the powers we have, the overriding power of the state government, the State Planning Act, It goes on, Mr Chairman, and I wish to go through that, but to make this point as succinct as I can. Firstly and foremost, Brisbane is built on a floodplain. We are a flood-prone city. We have flooded in the past, we have flooded recently, and we will flood in the future. And that is the first thing that we need to understand. Councillors opposite who choose to ignore that reality and want us to undertake schemes that literally wipe out half the residential areas of this city are living in a fairy tale land that is completely bereft of any understanding of how the law works or how the planning scheme works, or equally so what powers council has in that particular space. If you live on the premise that we live in a flood-prone city, then our role is to mitigate and to manage. And can I say, Mr Chairman, that the work that Campbell Newman did, first, I heard some disparaging comments before about somehow this was all Campbell Newman's fault. It was actually Campbell Newman that opened up all the flood mapping for residents for the first time in a long time. It was actually Campbell Newman that had the conversation about Brisbane being a flood-prone city in the middle of a drought. It was actually Campbell Newman that invested the money into the flood mapping that continues to evolve and develop on a level unparalleled by any other council across this nation. And it was this administration that continues that strong work. Now, Mr Chairman, when we look at the issue that we are a flood-prone city, what this council has done since 2011 is absolutely amazing in the development that we've seen, what very little happened prior to 2011 and then what happened after 2011. We had a commission of inquiry, Mr Chairman, run by the state government, which went through all the planning schemes and which this council implemented 100%. And we saw significant improvements in the planning scheme and what officers required in conditions upon development applications. Councillor Sri has given you examples of stuff in his ward. I'll give you examples of mine. The Milton Down and Railway Terrace was the first TOD of its kind that was implemented and approved around 2010. It was pretty much in place when I came in 2007. Because of the way it was built, it was resilient in the flood. All the residents within that space were able to avoid flooding. The car park was raised at least 4 stories above ground, and the building itself was raised. The issue was Energex and the substations. So is Councillor Sri trying to seriously tell us that because power is cut off to a precinct, that whole precinct should not exist? That the Milton and all the apartments and everything on Railway Terrace should not be there?
Point of order, Chair. Point of order to you, Councillor.
Will Councillor Maddock take a question?
Councillor Maddock, will you take a question?
Sure.
You understand that what I'm saying is that if your flood risk plan requires flood pumps that require electricity, and that depends on the electricity being connected, then your flood risk plan isn't actually very resilient once the power goes out. Do you get what I'm saying?
Councillor Sri, I completely understand what you're saying, but Councillor Sri Ranganathan, I completely understand what you're saying, but what you're missing is that you're seeking the utopia of flood management and that there is no flooding to a building ever under any circumstances, irrespective of what that flood is. That cannot happen in this city.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Claim to be misrepresented. Noted. Council
works under a planning scheme and powers it has granted by the State Government and the Planning Act to do what it does, and it follows that through 100%. If there are more changes that you need, this is not the place. Go down to George Street and talk to them about what they deem to be inappropriate development. Go down there and tell them to block out half of your ward, half of my ward, pretty much all of Councillor Howard's wards, half of Councillor Johnston's wards and most other councillors here. Tell them to go and remove development in all of those areas. Tell them to tell all the landowners down there, no, your land is now worth nothing and we're just going to resume it. But go and tell them to then go to move to Maruka. And when you talk about developers wanting to build on places that the land is cheap, I think a lot of developers would disagree with you about riverside land being cheap. I think you would probably find that they paid a premium. Do you know why they paid a premium? Because that's where residents wanted to live. They're not going to build where residents don't want to live. What you're trying to do is tell them and literally every Brisbane resident how to live their lives and where to live their lives. Now, that's crazy. Let's be blunt. That's nuts if you think that anyone in this council would support something like that, or anyone in Brisbane would support something like that. Am I going to go tell all the residents of Rosalie Village, you're out? Councillor Sri said you've got to go move to Maruka. Really? Or what, Ferny Grove? Did Ferny Grove flood? No. So let's move to Ferny Grove. This is the point that you are missing, which is fundamental to this discussion. All of us want to see better outcomes. All of us want to see improvements to the planning code. That's what we're doing. We're constantly improving the code to deal with flooding as it occurs, to look at what options are available, to make sure that we condition building developers, and not only that, but the conditions that they put on their body corporates to manage those situations. How far do you want council's power to stretch down to the body corporate, to police them, to make sure that they do what they're required to do? Again, this is a scheme that involves all of the parties' involvement, from state government to council, and we are playing our part. We are doing our role moving forwards to make sure that we are dealing with this. To say that we are not, to say that council officers are not checking those flood reports, are you joking? Like, to those officers up there in the building that are listening to this right now, they are probably in a state of shock. So that you're telling them they're not doing their jobs. Seriously? If you want to say that, you go right ahead, but the rest of us know what the truth is. And ultimately, if we want to see more improvements, then we need to lobby George Street, because that's what we do. We bring planning amendments into this chamber all the time to make better outcomes, because we're lobbying George Street. And sometimes we drag them kicking and screaming to the table to make them to do so. So I suggest that you start to take this conversation to a higher level, because if you want to see it wipe out half the residential areas of this entire city, if you want to see us tell residents where they need to live and where they must live, then do it down in George Street, but don't do it here, because we'll continue to do our jobs. We'll continue to improve the flood mapping, we'll continue the education, we'll continue to make sure that residents are aware through the SMS program and get them registered for flood warning apps, where we're going to continue to do the work we need to do to condition buildings appropriately in locations, and we'll continue to do the work we need to do to help this city moving forwards.
Councillor Sri Ranganathan, point of misrepresentation.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Councillor Matic appeared to suggest that I was claiming that we can insulate all buildings from flooding, and that's definitely not what I said. I said that we shouldn't be building new buildings on flood-prone area.
Thank you. We can now move to the vote on the, unless anybody wants to speak. Anybody else want to speak? We can now move to the vote on the amended motion. All in favour of the amended motion? Sorry, correction. We're voting on the amendment as moved by Councillor Allen. So this vote is on the amendment. All in favour of the amendment as moved by Councillor Allen, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Division called by Councillor Sri Ranganathan and Councillor Strunk. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Please ring the bells. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 4 against.
That is a vote in support of the amendment as moved by Councillor Allen, and we now have a new substantive motion. Is there any debate on the new substantive motion? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on the amended motion, and I wanted to quote from the Development Assessment Report for number 10 Kurilpa Street. This is on page 19 under the section flooding, which is a very short section, 4.7.3, page 19 of the Development Assessment Report for the development application for 10 Kurilpa Street, West End on the corner of Bailey Street. I'm reading directly here. During the pre-lodgement meeting with Brisbane City Council on 11th of February 2022, BCC identified that a flood risk assessment would only be required if the access to the site on Tondara Lane were to be relocated. As the access remains in the same location on Tundara Lane, no flood risk assessment is proposed. So what that means is that council is saying, as long as the driveway for the basement car parks is above the flood level, you don't need to do any other check-in at all about whether this building will be flood-proof. You don't need to make sure that there are no stormwater drains underneath where the water could seep in. You don't need to make sure that the sewer lines will be properly sealed and won't pop. You don't need to make sure that the walls of the basement car park are resistant to hydrostatic pressure. All that they require is the standard stormwater drainage assessment that all developments have to do. They are not requiring any further flood risk assessment. They're not requiring any detailed hydrological assessments. This isn't a development application in my ward. I've read the documentation. It's impact accessible. It triggers other impact triggers, but there's nothing else being required of it in terms of flooding. And this development, it's interesting, right? Because that pre-lodgement meeting happened on the 11th of February, just before the floods, and you have to wonder whether they would have been a little bit stricter after the floods. But during the pre-lodgement meeting, the council said no risk assessment needed, and the developers proceeded on that basis, and now we have this development application being decided by council on a site that's extremely prone to flooding. And I heard what Councillor Maddox said, and to be honest, I think you were engaging in a lot of hyperbole there, and I don't think you really listened to what I was saying. Because I'm not saying that we have to immediately relocate every home that's being built on the floodplain. That's not what I've said. I'm saying we should stop new development on the floodplain. I'm saying, yes, you're right. We do have to mitigate risk. And yes, you're right, we do have to accept the city is flooding. I'm the one here saying that the city is very flood prone. But what I'm also saying is that we shouldn't make the risk worse by housing more people down there and by putting more businesses down in the floodplain. It's a matter of common sense that there is enough land that's above the flood level, that there's enough land on higher ground which we can develop on. And you are completely wrong to say that it's not council's place to tell people where they can and can't live. We do that all the time. That's how zoning works. That's how the city plan works. It says, hey, this land's good for parkland, this land's good for industrial, this land's an airport, don't put houses next to it. That's the whole purpose of council's urban planning framework, is to say where people can and can't live and where different kinds of land uses should and shouldn't be located. We already do that. It's kind of the core point of city planning. And we have done that in the past and said, hey, this area is so flood prone, we don't want you to build there. And we've acquired that land as parkland, or we've prevented certain kinds of development, or we've rezoned it as green space. So it's not correct, Councillor Maddox, through you, Chair, to say that this is not the role of council. Council already does this. I'm simply saying we don't do it enough, and we're not doing it to a high enough standard. We have a responsibility not just to existing residents, but to the future residents of this city, to do a better job of ensuring that new development isn't concentrated on sites that are prone to flooding. That's a really important responsibility that we've been entrusted with as elected representatives, and it certainly isn't sufficient to pass the buck to the state or federal government, because the state government is relying on council to do the nitty-gritty detailed work of ensuring that development is appropriately located and appropriately designed. And I'm saying, I can point to the evidence in my own ward, this council administration is not doing that. And to Councillor Maddox's point about whether council officers are doing their job, I don't know who writes the job descriptions, and I don't know exactly who writes the framework. All I'm saying is that we're not, as an administration, doing a very good job right now of preventing flood vulnerable development. This assessment report on this particular DA is an excellent case in point, but there are many more like it. There are many sites across my ward that have been designed and developed in such a way that when the floodwaters hit, the basement lifts get flooded, the basement car parks get flooded, all the storage gets flooded, the electrical circuitry, which has been located within the basements of these new developments, gets flooded and then has to be replaced. These are huge costs that are borne by body corporates and ultimately by the residents. And the residents have to wear these costs because the council let the developers build there. And the developers don't have a cause of action, the residents don't have a cause of action against the developers because the council's the one that approved it. And the residents can't sue council because council says, oh, it complies with all our rules. But the rules themselves aren't stringent enough. I think it's deeply disappointing that we're not taking this issue more seriously. And I say again that the risk of flooding is going to get worse. So even if you think what we've been doing over the last few years has been sufficient to date, it's not sufficient to plan for future risk and the future increase in severity of flooding. I do think we need to start relocating more existing homes from flood-prone areas, and I think the flood buyback scheme is just the start of that. But what I'm talking about here is not even going that far. I'm just saying don't make it worse. Don't put more new shops and warehouses and residential homes down on the low-lying land where the floodwaters are highest and fastest. You could put it on the slightly high ground where the floodwaters come sometimes. Just don't put them in the really deep water. Don't put the development on the land where people have to wade out at knee-deep water as soon as the river breaches its banks. This is basic stuff. And once again, I wanted to point out that even if you design the buildings so that the habitable rooms and the floor levels are above the flood level, and even if you design the car parks so that the car parks have really good flood pumps on backup generators with ingresses that are above the flood level so the water can't get into the basement car park, even if you do all of that, the streets themselves still get flooded. And when the streets are flooded, that means the buses can't get through, it means the garbage trucks can't get through, it means people can't move around. In the western side of West End, roughly 50% of people don't own a car. They don't drive as their main mode of transport. They rely predominantly on public transport. And in the week following the floods, the Blue City Glider service, the main bus route that services that corridor, simply wasn't running. And it wasn't running because the road had been cut at a few points by floods and the driver's toilet block had been flooded and there was some debris around, so the buses couldn't run. And that meant that those thousands of residents had no way to move around. They couldn't even get down to the shops. They couldn't get to work. And I think this is an important point that I hope that at least the Labor councillors will take on board, which is that even if you raise the homes above the flood level, even if you design the apartments so that the buildings themselves aren't flood impacted, the impacts to the broader neighbourhood of flooding are still significant and disruptive. And when you're talking about high density development, that impact is magnified tenfold. We were lucky with the February floods that they didn't get a little bit higher, because if they'd gone another 2 metres, we would have had 2,000 or 3,000 more residents in West End flooded. All the buildings that were built after the 2011 floods, they're required to be about a metre above the 2011 flood level, roughly speaking. So if the floods go another metre above 2011, it's a much more significant disruption. And then we have that impact where, as the city's trying to recover, people aren't showing up to work. The people who are supposed to be driving the garbage trucks and the people who are supposed to be undertaking the planning and clean-up coordination, they're not showing up to work to oversee and work on the recovery because their own homes have been flooded. So we were kind of lucky that it was only a fairly small proportion of the city that was affected in February, but it could be a lot worse. And that's the lesson I want our city leaders to take away from the February floods, is that the disruptions are significant even if the buildings themselves aren't flooded, even if the residential homes aren't flooded. And so I realise I'm sort of howling into the wind here. I realise that the councillors in this chamber aren't necessarily going to make any significant changes. But I do hope that anyone reading these minutes or the historians down the track who look back and they're like, why on earth did this council continue to approve more development on the floodplain? I hope the future historians will at least be able to see that there were some people speaking up against that and some people exercising common sense. Because I know that 100 years ago there were some councillors and some people saying, hey, we shouldn't build down in Rockley and we shouldn't build down on the low-lying parts of Fairfield. And those councillors were ignored back then, and now we're having to buy that land and deal with those problems created 50 and 100 years ago. So let's not be the ones who create problems for future councillors to deal with 100 years from now.
Thank you. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on the now amended motion and have been listening along and understand the points that Councillor Sriranganathan has been making, both in moving his original motion or seeking to, and then moving it today, and trying to understand the position of the administration, and if Councillor Sriranganathan has done all the homework and has all of the information available to him. I don't, we certainly don't, in terms of the number of properties, the number of lots that would be affected by this. If we had more information available, we might be able to make a more informed decision around this if it was in the dozens, and that could be easily replaced by dozens more somewhere else in terms of property and land, then it might be a different proposition. But not knowing what the overall impact for this in flood areas 1, 2A, 2B and 3 across the city, particularly right in the middle of a housing crisis, it is difficult to make that decision on that front. However, the amended motion certainly has weakened the original position that Councillor Sriranganathan brought to the chamber here, and is a position that this LNP administration has now taken pretty solidly, and that's that they're doing everything right, and that's their view. Their city plan, according to them, is infallible. And it is already addressing all of these concerns. Well, it really isn't, and I didn't listen to the Lord Mayor on ABC Radio this morning, but I noted what he said in response to a question, maybe, or in his ENC, where he gave that one single example of a house being built on stilts, where he talks about the old Queenslander, and said that's the one example that he can give, therefore nothing is wrong, where you build a house that is flood resilient, or a building that is flood resilient that doesn't impact on the habitable areas, therefore everything is fine in Brisbane. Well, that must be the 0.000001 of cases around Brisbane, in areas that are affected by river flooding that Councillor Sriranganathan is talking about, but also places that are impacted by overland flow, creek flooding, as we've seen increasingly flash flooding as a result of both of those in the outer suburbs of Brisbane. The approach we've seen from this administration in the past has been that if you apply fill to a certain level and build a house on a slab, that house itself might be protected, and these buildings that are being built in Kurilpa might be themselves protected, but their impact they are having on the community, on existing buildings, on public spaces, on services, is mounting. We know Brisbane's built largely on a floodplain. 40% of this city of suburbs is built on a floodplain, but where you have an approach for the last decade or 2 decades where this council says as long as you fill and you get that individual property out of the flood level, then that's fine. The approach has not been to flood-proof not only the individual property they're talking about, but also the broader neighbourhood. That hasn't been the case. And when we were in the budget information sessions, Councillor Allen said that that was something they would be looking at. But again, we see no concrete proposals from this administration saying we're going to look at changing how buildings and how houses will be required to be built. So we went from, in June to October, how many months is that? June, July, August, September, 5 months has gone by, and we would hope that he would have had a good, long, hard think about those proposals in those 5 months since the council budget, where a whole lot of supposedly funding's going into amending city plan to deal with the issues that came about as a result of inappropriate development pre-February 2022 floods. But what we found out today, 5 months later, is that Councillor Allen is saying everything is fine. The city plan already has all of the protections in place. The Lord Mayor addresses everything. The Lord Mayor today gave that one example of one house that was built in his former ward that was on stumps rather than a slab, and therefore everything is okay. Everything's not okay in Brisbane. I'm not sure, our position is I'm not sure if this, Councillor Sriranganathan's original motion was the answer to that. Certainly something worth considering, but on the balance, not something that we would have supported tonight, but also this amended motion, which suggests that this administration and its city plan is infallible, and it is answering all of the questions that the community continues to have around flood-proofing their neighbourhoods. On balance, is also not something that we can support tonight.
Any further speakers? No further speakers. We now move to the vote on the motion. All in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillors Cassidy and Strunk. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Ring the bells. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 1 against and 3 abstentions.
Thank you. That concludes our business for this evening. I declare the meeting closed.